Today's Democratic Party believes that government has an important role to play in society. It fights against economic inequality. It advocates policies that battle racial and gender discrimination. But it wasn't always this way. The Democratic Party was once the party of white supremacy, supporting slavery and the Ku Klux Klan. To understand how the party made such a huge shift, you have to go back to its origins in the mid-1820s. When it sprung up supporting the presidential candidacy of a popular former general, Andrew Jackson. Jackson was an outsider, challenging the political establishment and the elites of his day, and his critics disparaged him as a jackass. But Jackson embraced the animal as a symbol of determination, and donkeys started appearing in newspapers to represent him and his followers. In the 1828 presidential election, which saw record-breaking popular participation, Jackson won in a landslide victory. So his supporters argued that they, and not the old elites, represented the popular will of the country, and they started calling themselves the Democratic Party. Jackson's administration immediately began expelling Native Americans living east of the Mississippi River, an issue that defined the new administration. After he signed the Indian Removal Act into law in 1830, 5 large tribes were rounded up and forcibly marched into territories and camps further west. And the Democrats' ambitions didn't stop there. In the 1840s, the party adopted the doctrine of manifest destiny, the idea that Americans, white Americans, were divinely entitled to dominate the whole North American continent. Democratic President James K. Polk put this idea into action, massively expanding U.S. holdings by annexing Texas, acquiring Oregon, and winning much of what's now the southwestern U.S. in a war with Mexico. But soon afterward, national politics devolved into bitter controversy over whether new states entering the Union should be permitted to allow slavery. Democrats said they should, since their support base was strongest in slave-holding states. Yet a new northern party, the Republicans, sprang up in opposition to expanding slavery any further. When Republican Abraham Lincoln won the presidency, the South seceded and the Civil War began. Once the Civil War was over, the Republican Party was bitterly unpopular among white Southerners who wanted to maintain supremacy over former slaves. So the Democratic Party promised to limit federal government intervention on behalf of black citizens. Democrats became effectively the only political party in the South aided by intimidation and suppression of black voters. Democrats also won on state and local levels, leading to the constant abuse of the rights of black citizens. As the 20th century began, the country was changing, and the Democratic Party was changing too. A handful of individuals and corporations had grown enormously rich and powerful, using their vast fortunes to influence politics. And as a reaction to this, some reformers began pushing an agenda of progressivism, arguing that the government should take more of a role in regulating big businesses and improving ordinary people's lives. At first, these progressive reformers were present in both parties. But it was Democrat Woodrow Wilson who won the presidency in 1912 and put much of this agenda into action over Republican resistance. So the Democratic Party became the main home for progressives, and the Republican Party became more the party of business. But it was the Great Depression of the 1930s that sealed the Democratic Party's new identity as the party of government activism. In an effort to combat the crippling economic situation, President Franklin Roosevelt signed what was then the largest package of domestic government projects in American history, calling it the New Deal. And in the process of doing this, his administration dramatically expanded the size of government. Yet the party was still split over race. By the mid-20th century, it contained Southerners who staunchly supported segregation, liberal reformers trying to end it, and many politicians who were just happy to look the other way. But in 1964, when the Senate voted on the Anti-Segregation Civil Rights Act, this shows how the progressive reformers in the party had gained the upper hand, steering the party away from its racist past towards equality and social justice. But the Democrats in the South voted against the Civil Rights Act, remaining wedded to the idea of segregation. This chart shows the presidential vote for black voters. Around the 1960s, black voters who had already been moving towards the Democratic Party would begin overwhelmingly supporting the Democrats from then on, and conversely, the Republicans would take a huge hit among black voters. Meanwhile, white Southerners moved away from the Democratic Party they had been loyal to for so long, in part because of race, but also because of a suspicion of big government and a desire to defend traditional values against liberal activists. Democrats would go from dominating the South to losing almost all influence in the region. Thanks in part to this drop in popularity among white voters, Democrats started losing elections, often losing by huge margins. But demographically, the US is becoming an increasingly non-white. country. And the Democrats have had a comeback thanks in part to minority voters. The huge influx of Hispanic voters has especially benefited Democrats. These demographic shifts helped the Democratic Party, once the advocates of white supremacy and slavery, to elect the first black president in 2008, showing just how much the party had changed over the years. Yet it's not entirely clear where the future of the Democratic Party will lie. But as America becomes more diverse, it's likely that the Democratic Party's appeal among minorities will continue to be its strength into the future.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
In 1959, the island nation of Cuba saw the end of the 6-year conflict known as the Cuban Revolution. Following the victory and the overthrow of the US-backed Fulgencio Batista government proclaiming communist values, something the US had very clearly aligned itself against, it was also nationalizing US interests in the country and becoming allies with the Soviet Union. The prospect of a Soviet ally right on the doorstep of the US was not something the American government was too keen on. So, almost immediately, there were plans forming to either cause or force the overthrow of Castro's government. Of course, there is the well-known Bay of Pigs invasion, where the US enlisted Cuban exiles to essentially storm the beaches of Cuba in order to cause an overthrow of the government. The plan, originally funded and created in Eisenhower's administration and put into place during Kennedy's, was an absolute abject failure. Not only did it not cause the overthrow of the Cuban government, it actually strengthened it, making Castro even more of a hero in the eyes of the Cuban people. Less than a year after the failed
At the end of the Korean War, a number of freed American POWs came home seemingly brainwashed and espousing communist propaganda. American officials suspected
Cuba, including many attempts to assassinate Fidel Castro himself. There's a lot in Operation, but one of the relevant points for this video is that it actually had its own plans for false flag attacks. Attack, or false flag operation, is basically when a country or organization attacks itself or someone else and blames the attack on an entirely different party. The idea comes from pirates and privateers that would fly friendly flags in order to draw merchant ships closer to them, only for the attacking ship to change its flag to its true one right before attacking. Anyways, so Operation Mongoose had a few plans, including making it seem that Guantanamo Bay, a US military base on Cuba, was under attack, blaming the Cubans if somehow the spacecraft carrying John Glenn crashed, and even attacking Trinidad, Tobago, and Jamaica themselves, but blaming Cuba in order to draw in the UK, seeing as both of those countries were a part of the Commonwealth. None of these happened, of course, but there was an even more fleshed out plan to cause a war between Cuba and America, Operation Northwoods. Operation Northwoods was proposed after many failures to try and cause the Cuban government to be overthrown from the inside. The entire memorandum and
two-way mirror.
Another common practice was the hosting and observing of LSD-induced parties with live music. These parties were called acid tests, and the culture that grew out of them played a key role in the development of the hippie and psychedelic movements a few years later.
training, ideally for the Cuba to respond aggressively. Justify a war with that. Number 2, staging Cuban defectors working with the US outside of Guantanamo Bay and having them attack Guantanamo Bay. After the fake assailants were captured, more Cuban defectors would start riots outside the base, eventually leading to another fake attack on the base, mortars being fired into the base, fires being started, and even included a plan for fake funerals and fake victims of the fake attack. Number 3. Basically, remember the main part 2. The document even puts the idea forward like that. The US would essentially just have a ship somewhere around Cuba, have it blow up, and blame Cuba. Number 4. Cause terror campaigns in the Miami or Washington area.
A patient of Dr. Cameron, he had a trigeminal neuralgia, it's called, where there's a pain in the temple that radiates into the jaw that...
Sync real or simulated... actually Cuban planes attack countries. 6. Harass U.S. shipping and destroy U.S. drones with U.S. planes made to look like Cuban MiG fighter jets. Number 7. Attempt hijacks under the guise that they are by Cuban government supporters and being directly pushed by the Cuban government. Number 8. A very detailed plan that involved taking 2 civilian aircraft and making them look exactly the same, except one would be piloted remotely with no one in it, and the other would be filled with real people. The plane with the real people would take off from the normal airport, supposedly heading to somewhere like Panama or Jamaica, but would eventually go and land at an auxiliary US airbase. And the drone-piloted plane would fly the rest of the way over Cuba. Then, while over Cuba, it would play an automated message saying something to the extent of,
"Mayday, we're under attack by what appears to be a Cuban MiG aircraft. I repeat, that's a Cuban aircraft. And then from Cuba, the Cuban military. The Cuban military is definitely attacking us."
and then be blown up remotely to make it seem like it had been shot down. Number 9, make it seem like Cuban MiGs destroyed a US military provoked attack. Now, President Kennedy did... Regardless, but especially a good thing here, because these plans were brought forward in March of 1962, less than a year before the Cuban Missile Crisis. So when we talk about what could have happened if Operation Northwoods had been put into effect at any time, that's something we'll have to consider. So, what if it did go into effect? Well, this is going to get very speculative, and this is just my opinion, so feel free to disagree. But as I see it, there are a bunch of different ways that this whole situation could go down if the US were to justify a war with Cuba and then go to war. With Situation 1, where the US military puts Operation Northwoods into effect before the Cuban Missile Crisis even begins, which would give them about 4 to 6 months before there were any nuclear weapons or preparations for nuclear weapons in or around Cuba. Pretty tight. In all likelihood, it would have just left the government. I see it as sort of a local Vietnam that would go a lot worse for the Cubans. Vietnam was on the other side of the world and had allies much closer to it. I'm sure the Soviets would do their best to support Cuba, but from what I've seen and read, Khrushchev, the leader of the Soviet Union at the time, was not about to needlessly get into a war with the US, especially if the justification for war seemed legitimate, which was the point of Operation Northwoods. With this, I see it as leading to a replacement of the communist Cuban government with a US puppet government, and possibly leading to more direct involvement elsewhere in Latin America, maybe even a tighter sphere of influence than the US had in our timeline. Of course, this would also lead to the Cuban Missile Crisis not happening, which would also lead to the same cooling of tensions that we saw after the crisis also not happening. And so we could end up seeing tensions flare hotter somewhere else, leading to a crisis or a missile crisis elsewhere in the world. With Situation 2, if the Cuban Missile Crisis is already underway and the Soviet Union has already made its September 11th decree that an attack by the US would mean war with the Soviet Union, I really don't see them even trying to justify a war with Cuba at the time. At this point, it would be suicide to invade it under any circumstances. If they did try and invade, I see one of 2 results happening. 1, nuclear annihilation. Plain and simple. 2, no nuclear annihilation. Some light use of tactical nukes, I'm not really sure. Compensation almost. Whether or not this leads to all-out war, I'm not exactly sure, but I'm sure it would absolutely put the world very close to nuclear annihilation, if not drawing us right there. Kennedy, who frequently opposed the Joint Chiefs of Staff about whether or not they should invade Cuba, said, "They know more than we can let these things go by without doing something. They can't, after all their statements, permit us to take out their missiles, kill a lot of Russians, and then do nothing. If they don't take action in Cuba, they certainly will in Berlin." And I'm inclined to agree. With Situation 3, if they do it after the Soviets had made their deal with the US about pulling out of Cuba, there would be an even greater chance of war, in my opinion. At least if it was right after the deal. 100 tactical nukes that had been snuck into Cuba without the US noticing because the US never demanded those weapons be removed. They weren't very large or long range in comparison to other weapons, but apparently they could still reach Florida and were 100 times the power of the Hiroshima nuclear bomb, so still fairly formidable. Eventually those weapons were also taken out of Cuba, but because the US didn't apparently know about them, then they could have theoretically invaded Cuba before they were taken out. From what I can tell, Castro did not have control of these weapons, so if not, the US would just invade, take over the country, find these nukes, question the Soviets about them, but ultimately it wouldn't be a whole lot different than Situation 1 most likely. However, if Castro either did have or somehow got control of those nukes, he would absolutely use them to defend his country, and possibly even nuke Florida specifically. which I could see very quickly escalating into a full nuclear exchange, as the Americans would probably believe that it was the Soviets who had launched the nukes. Invaded anytime after. Diplomatically, because they would have gone back on their promise not to invade Cuba, especially if it was discovered that the justification was falsified. All of this being said, there is one key thing to remember here. This never would have happened. Kennedy was advised many, many times to invade Cuba, and the only time he did was when it wasn't even his plan. Kennedy hated the Cuban government and the Soviet government and communists, but he wasn't a moron who believed that every situation needed to be met with force. Kennedy himself said that attacking Cuba at that point would make the US look like trigger-happy cowboys. The US did get very close to war with Cuba and with the Soviet Union, yes, but never would I see a situation where Kennedy approves any sort of false flag operation against the Cuban government specifically to go to war. While false flag operations are no stranger,
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
I was given a glass of Kool-Aid, and so were the other children. This Kool-Aid was spiked with LSD. It was horrible.
In the early days of the Cold War, the CIA ordered the creation of a secret program intended to find ways of mind control. They funded an army of psychiatric institutions across the United States and Canada to perform experiments on unsuspecting patients using psychedelic drugs, sensory deprivation, electroshock treatment, and more. The program was known by its code name, MK Ultra. At the end of the Korean War, a number of freed American POWs came home seemingly brainwashed and espousing communist propaganda. American officials suspected that the soldiers had been subjected to what they thought were new communist mind control techniques. Alarmed by the situation, the newly formed CIA allocated $25 million for psychiatric experiments on human beings.
It was the most secret program ever conducted by the CIA in the United States. Patients at psychiatric hospitals, prisoners in federal institutions, and even people in the public were given drugs without their awareness or consent and experimented upon.
Initial projects within MK Ultra included Operation Midnight Climax.
They established what were called safe houses, where prostitutes would lure men to these apartments, and then once the men were in the apartments, they were dosed with LSD, and then they were basically studied by CIA scientists, usually behind a two-way mirror.
Another common practice was the hosting and observing of LSD-induced parties with live music. These parties were called acid tests, and the culture that grew out of them played a key role in the development of the hippie and psychedelic movements a few years later. However, some of the most damaging experiments occurred at the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal, Canada. There, under the direction of infamous Scottish-American psychiatrist Dr. Owen Cameron, unsuspecting patients, many of whom had common ailments such as postpartum depression, were experimented on with aggressive drug cocktails and extreme techniques.
My father was a victim of Dr. Cameron. He was a 27-year-old, healthy skier, canoer, very athletic, and he had asthma. They told him if he went to the Allen Memorial, they could cure his asthma. My father, Charles, was a patient of Dr. Cameron's. He had a trigeminal neuralgia, it's called, where there's a pain in the temple that radiates into the jaw that...
Zero.
Apparently is excruciatingly painful. They told him that it was psychosomatic, which it's not, but in those days, what did they know? So they sent him to a shrink. The shrink that he went to was working with Cameron, although we didn't know. So he put my father right into the program.
I was having trouble with my parents. My father and my stepmother decided to put me in the Allen Memorial Institute. They had no idea what went on in there. I was 16 when I was there.
Dr. Cameron pursued a concept he called dē-patterning, which was meant to reduce patients to an infantile psychological state wherein doctors could take advantage of the person's cognitive vulnerability vulnerability to attempt to rebuild their mind under the doctor's control. A popular method of choice to achieve this was called psychic driving.
The day that my father was brought to the hospital, they immediately put him on insulin, to put him into like an insulin coma. They took clips from the interview with the shrink and put it on tape to run a loop. Under his pillow while he was put into this sleep treatment.
He also was put in an insulin coma for 36 days with a recording beside him saying that your mother hates you over and over and over and over and over.
That was beside my bed constantly, repeatedly 250,000 and 500,000 times.
Another common method was the use of extreme Page Russell electroshock therapy.
Page Russell shock treatment is approximately 40 to 75 times the strength of a normal shock treatment. So it's really designed to wipe out the memory.
He received 54 high voltage shock treatments, followed by 54 grand mal seizures.
After 27 days of this, they said that they were discouraged because he still had ties to his former life, in that he was asking to see his wife. They decided to give him more Page Russell shock treatments and put him to sleep for another 30 days.
When patients were released from the Allen Memorial, they and their families' lives would never be the same again.
Well, there's a lot I could not remember after I got out of the Allen. When my family came, I was a zombie. I didn't even know who they were.
He never came out the same. He had a blank look in his eye. He didn't know who we were. He didn't know we were his daughters. He lost his job. We went into poverty after he came out.
He had said in his interview with the shrink that I was the apple of his eye. And after he came home, he started beating me not long after.
In 1973, the MK-Ultra program was terminated, and some of the evidence of his activities was systematically erased.
The whole thing was basically discovered because of a whistleblower. Who wrote the first book really about the program called The Search for the Manchurian Candidate. There were congressional hearings here in the United States in the mid-70s after it had been exposed. And during those hearings, the CIA finally admitted that this program existed. They admitted that it was probably not the right thing to do, but they feigned innocence.
Despite the congressional hearings and marginal interest in the subject in politics, most MKUltras survivors suffered in silence, taking their trauma with them to the grave. Today, having received no formal apology or compensation, the children of some survivors are pursuing a class action lawsuit against the institution they deem responsible.
The CIA knew that it was breaking, every moral, ethical, and legal law in the books to do these experiments.
They all were behind it. They all knew what they were doing, but they weren't doing it out of care or love. They were doing it out of military and political reasons.
I am on medication now because of what happened to me when I was 16. I have not had any compensation or apology. I want everyone to know in Canada what went on in that horrible, horrible hospital.
historians and survivors have exposed MKUltra's exploits to the world, much remains unknown about its extent and wider impact. Given the highly sensitive nature of the program's activity, it is likely this will remain the case for years to come.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet, Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
And in terms of the firefighting capabilities, when you get up to this high level, I assume the firefighters have got to get up there and, fight it from inside. If you're taking a look now, you can see that we've just had another explosion, and that is considerably lower. And is that in the other building? Is that what I'm witnessing?
That apparently does look like it is in the other building.
plane. We're getting reports that an airplane hit the building.
I didn't even know that. Honestly, I was walking up and looked up and saw a big boom and fire.
I did not see a plane go in. That just exploded.
super slow motion video of Flight 175 that hit the South World Trade Center tower on 9/11/2001. Take a really close look, because there are two impossibilities I'm going to show you here. This video was allegedly shot by Michael Herzakani, a diamond merchant based in Los Angeles, California. The first impossibility is a real airplane couldn't have sliced through a building with a steel facade with reinforced concrete flooring and 47 steel.
It's a national tourist place. Lots of people. There's another plane coming down. See? Boom!
Wow! Oh shit! Wow! Do you see this aircraft? Right on.
Steel support beams. A jet's wing can't slice through steel building like a hot knife through butter. But that's the story the news media wants us to believe, and most people are still believing this hoax. But the second impossibility is in plain sight. In fact, I can't believe it took me over 12 years to see. Let me show you a still of this video. I've highlighted a building that's clearly behind the South World Trade Center tower. Yet when we pay close attention to the video, Flight 175's wing should appear in front of the building, not behind it. This is a layering CGI glitch, and this proves that this video, which was seen all over the world, over and over and over again, year after year, is a CGI rendering. Thus, it's not an amateur witness video. It's a fake. And this is one of many, many faked videos put out by the news media. Steel support beams. A jet's wing can't slice through steel building like a hot knife through butter. But that's the story the news media wants us to believe, and most people are still believing this hoax. But the second impossibility is in plain sight. In fact, I can't believe it took me over 12 years to see. Let me show you a still of this video. I've highlighted a building that's clearly behind the South World Trade Center tower. Yet when we pay close attention to the video, Flight 175's wing should appear in front of the building, not behind it. This is a layering CGI glitch, and this proves that this video, which was seen all over the world, over and over and over again, year after year, is a CGI rendering. Thus, it's not an amateur witness video. It's a fake. And this is one of many, many faked videos put out by the news media. die verzunnen wel aardig, zo if in hem ben op zijn zinnen. If het if zitten worst de mate nick odds this up. Er never rise die says it. Years fiery. Ervo. Or with a volk, die sufju. If zit as urf zinnen. Stel guys die singer lezen it. En ja, hij aan. We doen af netterig, maar de schingel was wel in de westen op 11. Even de nest is zo. Ik ben wel mee. After this year slow plus, and now he delirium. Spaniel, but it don't laugh. Even said that it's so we are sheep. Yes, it's a revolver. We must have been paying. Yes, Neil, is it? You know, the soft minute is sit up.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York. Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
What causes one happiness? in today's episode of Spill the Beans, here we go.
Often when there is dissent expressed in the United States against policies of the Israeli government, people here are called anti-Semitic. What is your response to that as an Israeli Jew?
Well, it's a trick. We always use it. When from Europe somebody is criticizing Israel, then we bring up the Holocaust. When in this country people are criticizing Israel, then there are anti-Semitic.
But a trick, wait a minute. So someone named Shulamit Aloni, a former Israeli minister on Democracy Now! Hang on a second. But so that's not a Jew? I gotta figure this out. Hang on. So let's hear her explanation of what the attack of being called a anti-Semite is.
Called anti-Semitic. What is your response to that as an Israeli Jew?
Well, it's a trick. We always use it.
Guys, they know it's a trick. Like when they call you anti-Semitic to stop criticizing their gangster mob cartel of your entire currency, they're aware of what they're doing. It's in a little book. They have a little trick book, a little prank book called the Talmud.
When from Europe somebody is criticizing Israel, then we bring up the Holocaust. When in this country people are criticizing Israel, then there are anti-Semitic. And the organization is strong and has a lot of money, and the ties between...
Has a lot of money. They make all the money. You think they have a lot of money? They have the legal ability of creating as much money as they want in the world.
Israel and the American Jewish establishment are very strong, and they are strong in this country. As you know, they have power, which is okay. They are talented people, and they have power, money.
Central banking practices, you're against Jews. Well, which Jews? I stand with that Jew. I stand with the Jew that's explaining the trick. I think that's a damn good Jew, and I stand with that specific Jew. That Jew. I like her. What's her name? Shmuley McSchmearbagel or something?
And media and other things. And their attitude is Israel, my country, right or wrong. They identify things.
Okay, so Israel, my country, right or wrong. That means that if they're pushing something immoral, as long as it benefits Israel, it's good. Okay, that's literally what they're doing. It's pretty, and they find it very funny. Would you like to see Jacob Rothschild have a nice big laugh about, I stand with that Jew? They're aware of what they're doing. They're aware of what they're doing.
Often when there is dissent expressed in the United States against policies of the Israeli government, people here are called anti-Semitic. What is your response to that as an Israeli Jew?
Well, it's a trick. We always use it. When from Europe somebody is criticizing Israel, then we bring up the Holocaust. When in this country people are criticizing Israel, then there are anti-Semitic.
But a trick, wait a minute. So someone named Shulamit Aloni, a former Israeli minister on Democracy Now! Hang on a second. But so that's not a Jew? I gotta figure this out. Hang on. So let's hear her explanation of what the attack of being called a anti-Semite is.
called anti-Semitic. What is your response to that as an Israeli Jew?
Well, it's a trick. We always use it.
Guys, they know it's a trick. Like when they call you anti-Semitic to stop criticizing their gangster mob cartel of your entire currency, they're aware of what they're doing. It's in a little book. They have a little trick book, a little prank book called the Talmud.
When from Europe somebody is criticizing Israel, then we bring up the Holocaust. When in this country people are criticizing Israel, then they are anti-Semitic. And the organization is strong and has a lot of money, and the ties between...
Has a lot of money. They make all the money. You think they have a lot of money? They have the legal ability of creating as much money as they want in the world.
Israel and the American Jewish establishment are very strong, and they are strong in this country. As you know, they have power, which it's okay. They are talented people, and they have power, money.
I stand with that Jew. I stand with that Jew. They're aware of what they're doing. They're aware of what they're doing. Let's watch this one more time. And yes, this is a Jew representing Jews.
Often when there is dissent expressed in the United States against policies of the Israeli government, people here are called anti-Semitic. What is your response to that as an Israeli Jew?
Well, it's a trick. We always use it. When from Europe somebody is criticizing Israel, then we bring up the Holocaust. When in this country people are criticizing Israel, then they are anti-Semitic. And the organization is strong and has a lot of money, and the ties between Israel and the American Jewish establishment are very strong, and they are strong in this country. As you know, they have power, which is okay. They are talented people, and they have power, money, and media, and other things. And their attitude is Israel, my country, right or wrong, the identification. And they are not ready to hear criticism. And it's very easy to blame people who criticize certain acts of the Israeli government as anti-Semitics, and to bring up the Holocaust and the suffering of the Jewish people. And that justifies everything we do to the Palestinians.
They're aware of what they're doing.
Called anti-Semitic. What is your response to that as an Israeli Jew?
Well, it's a trick. We always use it.
Guys, they know it's a trick. Like when they call you anti-Semitic to stop criticizing their gangster mob cartel of your entire currency, they're aware of what they're doing. It's in a little book. They have a little trick book, a little prank book called the Talmud.
When from Europe somebody is criticizing Israel, then we bring up the Holocaust. When in this country people are criticizing Israel, then they are anti-Semitic. And the organization is strong and has a lot of money, and the ties between...
Has a lot of money. They make all the money. You think they have a lot of money? They have the legal ability of creating as much money as they want in the world.
Israel and the American Jewish establishment are very strong, and they are strong in this country. As you know, they have power, which is okay. They are talented people, and they have power, money.
I stand with that Jew. I stand with that Jew. I stand with that Jew.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
what you know. There are known knowns. There are known unknowns. There are unknown unknowns. But there are also unknown knowns. That is to say, things that you think you know, that it turns out you did not. If you take those words and try to connect them in each way that is possible, there was at least one more combination that wasn't there. The unknown knowns. Things that you possibly may know that you don't know you know. Outside and around the corner, and here were pieces of that American Airlines airplane just spread all over the apron, all over the grass.
Somebody finally found the compensated video that the FBI took on the day of 9/11, where it was proving it wasn't a plane, it was a Scud missile. There was talk amongst the communities, I've been waiting for 20 years since this happened, that there was a Scud missile. The witnesses were silenced. The person who had this tape that turned it over to the FBI concealed this information, and as you can see, that is not a plane. That is a Scud missile, as originally thought. Fucking deep state cabal, you sons of bitches. Those who knew, we already knew you did shit. But this was the last piece of the puzzle for the evidence. For that whole entire crap with the 9/11 report that said it disintegrated. That is a Scud missile. Swedish satellite saw that there was a working target, and that was completely put aside, and you all bought the lie. Heavenly Father, let truth prevail.
Subject. What you know. There are no knowns. There are known unknowns. There are unknown unknowns. But there are also unknown knowns. That is to say, things that you think you know, that it turns out you did not. If you take those words and try to connect them in each way that is possible, there was at least one more combination that wasn't there. The unknown knowns. Things that you possibly may know that you don't know you know.
Holy shit, somebody finally found the confiscated video that the FBI took on the day of 9/11, where it was proving it wasn't a plane, it was a Scud missile. There was talk amongst the community, because I've been awake for 20 years since this happened, that there was a Scud missile. The witnesses were silenced. The person who had this tape that turned it over to the FBI concealed this information, and as you can see, that is not a plane. That is a Scud missile, as originally thought. Fucking deep state cabal, you sons of bitches. Those who knew, we already knew you did shit, but this was the last piece of the puzzle for the evidence. But that whole entire crap with the 9/11 report, they said it disintegrated. That is a Scud missile. Swedish satellite saw that there was a working target, and that was completely put aside, and you all bought the lie. Heavenly Father, let truth prevail.
Subject, what you know. There are known knowns. There are known unknowns. There are unknown unknowns. But there are also unknown knowns. That is to say, things that you think you know, that it turns out you did not. If you take those words and try to connect them in each way that is possible, there was at least one more combination that wasn't there. The unknown knowns. Things that you possibly may know that you don't know you know.
Apparently, like $6 trillion have gone missing. There was an AP report out about that, how the government is missing, $6.7 trillion through the, I guess, DOD, which is state, and the State Department. And what's kind of ironic about that is on September 10th, the day before 9/11, Donald Rumsfeld said that there was an enemy of the United States. It was the Defense Department. And he said because they were missing $2.3 trillion. This is a fact. Anyone could look it up on YouTube. And then the following day, on September 11th, the auditor for the Pentagon, his office was hit by what we're told is the plane. So So, you know, people need to be strong enough to just spend a little bit of their time pro bono and look at 9/11. We were completely misled, and it's only been substantiated how misled we've been over time. It's ridiculous.
John is next in Michigan.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
Well, the very first thing I would say is go out and buy silver and gold coins, because we still have Federal Reserve notes, and those pieces of paper are toilet paper. That is the very first thing that you should do, because you do not want your family not to have currency, and what you currently have is not worth anything. That's why the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, are no longer paying for their international trade in dollars. Governments are no longer holding the Federal Reserve notes. We need to be very, you need to do your homework as citizens and find out what it means when you have Federal Reserve notes. They're valueless and they are unconstitutional, and we need to get that outfit out of here. That's the very first thing. And then the second thing is that we have to all work together to clean up the mess. And I don't think it's going to be that hard, actually, to get our republic back.
Is the institution granted exclusive power to guide and protect the health and wellness of humanity. The WHO is sustained by private donations, the bulk of which are made by pharmaceutical and biotech corporations who have a vested financial interest in the organization's support. In 2017, the Associated Press reported that the WHO routinely spends about $200 million a year on travel expenses, more than what it spends to fight some of the biggest problems in public health, including AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria combined. The WHO's repeated issuing of inaccurate and bad advice is not merely the result of incompetence, but rather the direct result of the Communist Party of China deliberately buying out WHO's leadership.
On the nomination of the Executive Board, appoints Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus as Director General of the World Health Organization.
Tedros Ghebreyesus is the World Health Organization's first Director General that isn't a medical doctor.
No Tedros for WHO! No Tedros for WHO!
The appointment to the organization's highest position was controversial, given that in his previous role as Ethiopia's health minister, Tedros was accused of covering up 3 major health epidemics.
Tedros is no stranger to controversy as a former minister. of Health in Ethiopia, he has been accused of an alleged cover-up of 3 possible cholera epidemics.
Prior to his appointment, Tedros was a high-ranking member of the Tigray People's Liberation Front, a brutal and corrupt political group responsible for crimes against humanity, including bombings, kidnappings, tortures, and killings. How does a man with such a controversial past score the top position at the world's most influential health organization?
I have known Bill and Melinda for many, many years now.
While serving as Ethiopia's health minister, Tedros became intimately intertwined with both the Gates Foundation and the Clinton Foundation.
The health minister of Ethiopia,
one of the ablest public servants I ever worked with.
With the backing of the two most powerful foundations on Earth and the full support of the Communist Party of China, Tedros was a shoo-in.
What is the Great Reset? Let's walk through monetary policy. What's happening right now? What have we done over the last 8 months? Oh, we've increased our national debt by 50%. What happens if Joe Biden becomes the president? Oh, we're going to increase it more. We're going to increase it more anyways. Is this sustainable? I think global debt increased by 40% during the pandemic. Where did that money go? Oh, well, if you haven't looked, we're at all-time highs right now in the stock market. So what's been moving more than anything? Oh, big tech. Oh, wait, you mean to tell me that Apple and Google and Amazon and Facebook are up 50% from their previous all-time highs? That they're releasing record numbers during the coronavirus pandemic, and that's what everyone's buying from? And that's where all the money's going, while 40% of small businesses are going to close permanently, as we do new lockdowns in New York and California and Kentucky and any state with a Democratic governor. As more businesses close and the money continues to pour into Amazon and the companies we just mentioned. So what's happening here? What's happening? It's almost like it worked out pretty damn well for big tech, other multinational corporations that have literally billions of dollars in their cash reserves. The business has only picked up. But it's unsafe to eat in a small business. But not for Amazon to deliver to you. So I'll tell you what the Great Reset is. The Great Reset is the absolute elimination of the middle class, of traditional enterprise, entrepreneurial business activity. You know, they're making it damn near impossible.
Sounds like a conspiracy theory. Bruh, the entire world is a conspiracy. The entire world we live in has been a product of 60 years of orienting the world to you. Okay? Like, I can't with these
Part of that.
we not, about deposit guarantees. So when banks go broke through their own incompetence and chicanery, the taxpayer picks up the tab. It's theft from the taxpayer. And until we start sending bankers, and I include central bankers and politicians, to prison for this outrage, it will continue.
The population of this...
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
all depends on whether people understand that the media that is giving them disinformation is owned by the Federal Reserve and this system of control. And it's really up to humanity to realize that they're being hoodwinked, that when they turn on the news and they get the news from the mainstream media, they're just being fed propaganda.
This is the very thing Eisenhower, John F. Kennedy, and President Ronald Reagan warned the United States about. Do not surrender. Never surrender. Never surrender your beliefs. Never surrender your morality. Never surrender your Christian beliefs and your faiths. Never surrender. We are a nation of peace. And this entire system was defeated through peace. Thank God. And thank God for the seventh angel for bringing it down. You know, there's a lot of people in our country who claim to be heroes. And there's a lot of men out there, women out there that serve in the armed forces that are heroes. We never should have gone to war in Haiti. It was whipped up by a New World Order crew. Well, now it's time for some real heroes to actually step up to the plate and defend this entire system. And that's what we're looking for. Where are you?
They believe in perpetual imbalance. They want to have artificially created crises around the world that will further increase their wealth.
They also believe in manufactured crises and permanent wars, because wars are profitable, and the more that are fought, the wealthier they get. They want absolute control of education, to program the public mind, to train those chosen for various roles, and to train others to be compliant.
They want centralized control of education. They want us all to be learning their propaganda.
One size fits all. The size they determine, the size they want, the size that benefits them at the expense of everybody else.
They want centralized control of foreign and domestic policies. They want the United Nations to become the world government. They want United Nations taxes.
They want the UN to act as a de facto world government, imposing a UN tax on everybody in the world.
They want expanded trading blocs such as NAFTA and the European Union to reduce the importance of individual countries and of individuals to have control over their destinies.
They want global trade policies, rules that they make that benefit them, and again, that harm everybody else. A global WTO, World Trade Organization. Again, they make the rules, nobody else does.
They want to expand NATO and other... regional military forces, again, to weaken the power of individual countries.
They want NATO to be a global world enforcer. Challenge them, and NATO will ravage your country, murder your children, enslave you, destroy your country, to turn it to rubble. That's the role they want NATO to play. That's the perfect Bilderberg world. They make the rules, everything goes the way they want. Anybody dissented, kill them. That's the Bilderberg world.
specific about when you met Rockefeller, how it happened in these discussions?
I met Rockefeller through a female attorney I knew who called me up one day and said, one of the Rockefellers would like to meet you. I made a video called Mad as Hell, and he'd seen the video and wanted to meet me. I knew I was running for governor of Nevada. So sure, I'd love to meet him. And I met him, and I liked him, and he's a very, very smart man. And we used to talk and share ideas and thoughts. And he's the one who told me 11 months before 9/11 ever happened that there was going to be an event. He never told me what the event was going to be. There was going to be an event, and out of that event, we would invade Afghanistan to run pipelines from the Caspian Sea. We were going to invade Iraq, to take over the oil fields, establish a base in the Middle East, and make it all part of the New World Order. And we'd go after Chavez in Venezuela. And sure enough, later 9/11 happened, and I remember he was telling me how he started looking in caves with people in Afghanistan and Pakistan and all these places, and there's going to be this war on terror, of which there's no real enemy, and the whole thing is a giant hoax, but it's a way for the government to take over the American people.
He told you it was going to be.
Oh yeah. There's no question. He says, there's going to be war on terror, and he's just laughing. There's no... Who we fight? 9/11 was done by people in our own government and our own banking system to perpetuate the fear of the American people and to subordinate themselves to anything the government wants them to do. That's what it's about, and to create this war, this endless war on terror. This was
11 months before 9/11.
Yeah.
And Nick Rockefeller, who's a lawyer, he's become your friend over the previous years, and he's saying to you that there's going to be this big event, and then out of that we're going to have a war on terror, and it's just going to go on and on.
Right. An endless war on terror without any real enemy. That you can never define a winner.
And did he say that it's going to be perfect because you can't define an enemy and it just goes
Yeah,
on?
because you can't define a winner. There's no winner, there's no one to beat, so it goes on and on forever. And they can do whatever they want. They scare the hell out of the American public. Look, this whole war on terror is a fraud. It's a farce. It's very difficult to say it out loud because people are intimidated against saying it. Because if you say it, they want to make you into a nutcase. The ultimate goal that these people have in mind is the goal to create a one-world government run by the banking industry, run by the bankers, and they're doing it in sections. The European currency, the euro, and the European Constitution is one part of it. Now they're trying to do it in America with the North American Union, right? And they want to create a new currency called the Amero, right? And the whole agenda is to create a one-world government where everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. All money is to be in those chips, right? There'll be no more cash. And this is giving me straight from Rockefeller himself. This is what they want to accomplish. And all money will be in your chips. And so instead of having cash, anytime you have money in your chip, they can take out whatever they want to take out whenever they want to. If they say you owe us this much money in taxes, they just deduct it out of your chip digitally. Total control. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip. And you have nothing. You can't buy food. You can't do anything. It's total control of the people.
And that chip is connected to a database that has your purchasing records, what you do.
Everything is in there. And so they want a one-world government controlled by them, everybody being chipped, all the money in those chips, and they control the chips, and they control people, and you become a slave. You become a servant to these people.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
It's all been disqualified. It's all been shut down. It's over. The victory is ours. This is Our Lady of Victory. This is our victory. It's just being kept from the people of the United States and the people of the world, and they're just not telling you the story in this manner because they don't want you to know about this system. And they said every time it pops up, they are going to ridicule the shit out of it in every manner possible. Because they said the American people are too stupid to believe, let alone understand any of this information. Now what he has done is he has purified the whole of Babylon and prepared her as the bride of Christ. And now he's got one foot in the sea, which is the Admiralty and Maritime Jurisdiction, which was held by the King of Great Britain up in Washington, D.C., and he has the civil jurisdiction law of the land, the Admiralty footing and the terra firma footing. And he's bridging the gap, rapturing you out of the land of the dead, where you're once considered to be missing or presumed to be dead or lost at sea with your birth certificate system, ships you in through the Washington, D.C. postal location, out through the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania postal location, civil jurisdiction law of the land where the blood testifies to the life and you are brought back into the land of the living. And saved. Your soul is saved. Your country is saved. You are saved. This is Our Lady of Victory. Now you got to remember, the New World Order wasn't waiting for God to send down the seventh angel to fix everything. Right? These guys are waiting for Lucifer to stand up and give everyone the mark of the beast. So what happened after 1999? What you had happen there was a private corporation move into Washington, D.C. to run the government for the people of the United States, and it was under the command and control of George Bush Jr., who then declared war on the Middle East after they dropped the trade centers in New York. This was an orchestrated warfare plan by this group, the same group that started here. Okay, this was the same group of folks that initiated this bombing. If there were ever any weapons of mass destruction, they would have used the weapon of mass destruction to bomb the World Trade Centers. They wouldn't have flown a plane into it or into them. So these guys ultimately got what they wanted. They got tactical command and control of the militaries to go fight their war so they could set up their one world global government. And next administration that moved in 8 years later, once again, a private corporation. The first corporation was identifying itself with a 3x5 boat flag. It's not registered with the United Nations as the Title IV flag is, or any other flags around the world are. They're much longer. Okay, they're coffin flags. They're long enough to cover a coffin. The 3x5 boat flag is not. It's a replica of the Title IV flag. 8 years after this guy was in office, the second administration moves in to run the country, and they've got a 2.5 by 2.5 size flag, Obama. This is a Ken and Barbie flag. It's not registered with any country in the world, anywhere. You could buy it at Toys R Us. And as a matter of fact, I don't even think they sell them there. So this corporation comes in and says, yes, we can. Yes, we can what? Force you to buy health care? That removes your freedom of choice. So now they've attacked your freedom of choice, your freedom of speech, your freedom of the press, and now they're coming after your guns, your Second Amendment. They're just chipping away at it. Everything you guys are seeing broadcast on the television is a psychological warfare effort. The television is still registered by the FCC as an entertainment device. Nothing coming out of it has to be real or even is real. That's why you hear Trump today saying it's all fake news. Everything you guys are seeing is what these guys are broadcasting that they want you to follow. That is their global narrative. Okay? The global narrative is there's a war on terror. You can't have a war on fear. Fear, terror, spookiness. Okay, you can't have a war where there's no known enemy. The folks over there in the Middle East are just trying to simply fight off a foreign invasion and kick us out of their country. These guys are just trying to go in, crush the banks. They got to steal the oil out of there using the Caspian Sea pipelines. That's the overall objective. And that is their global, that's the global narrative. Well, in psychological operations or psychological warfare, tactical command and control of the global narrative is what we strive for. However, this is the global narrative now. This is our victory. This is our Lady of Victory, guys. It has defeated all of this across the board. We don't have to follow none of it. We've got to get these guys out of power here in the country. They don't have a flag. They don't have authorization. They don't have a charter that's been authorized correctly by the new Federal Postmaster General of the world. It's all been taken down, yet they still continue to move forward with their surrender back to the Great Britain or to the New World Order, this New World Order effort to create a one-world global government with one person at the top. We all know it's Lucifer. They want your guns next. That is it. You're going to see it broadcast on the televisions. Anything they can drum up, any story whatsoever in relation to guns or a gun killing or a murder or anything, they are going to whip any little thing they can into a national frenzy. This, again, is psychological warfare. They're taking anything they possibly can and spinning it into a national issue, as though the whole nation is crying out, oh, take our guns, we shouldn't have guns. That's what they want you to think is being cried out for here in this country, when indeed it is not. It is being broadcast out of the television. It is a psychological warfare effort, and that is the last vestige. That's all they need here. And once you give that up, you will give up everything. Everything you've got, they will take it from you. You see the people of Great Britain? What do they have? Nothing. They have absolutely nothing. That is what you will have if they come and take your guns. You need to wisen up.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
Now, even more astounding was that prior to 1999 and him taking tactical command and control of Washington, D.C., he had built a brand new banking system. That's what this is. That is the banking system he put together. And at the same time as he legged into Washington, D.C., taking tactical command and control of the entire country, he legged this banking system in at the U.S. Treasury Department. So now we can get rid of the Fed. The Fed can go bye-bye. Shouldn't have been here since 1999. Once the charter expired and the bankruptcy had come to an end, the Federal Reserve did not have the authorization at that point to continue to print money for the United States, and the IRS was actually kicked out of the country because that was the collection agency for the debt. Well, if there's no more debt, there's no more need for an IRS. As a sovereign, he has a strategic metals contract that is based upon his elemental chart and his periodic table, giving him the authorization to print and mint his own coinage. This is the first time in the history of the country that this country actually has the power to print and mint its own coinage. We do not have to use the strategic metals contract of the old monarch. It's over. This was an act of paper. Patriotism. This was all due to the circumstances that revolved around the third and final international bankruptcy of this country coming to an end. And thank God we were saved. So after legging back in as Postmaster General here for the United States, he then proceeded to go around the world and reauthorize everything under his authority that would authorize or substantiate this system in its totality. So we have to go all the way back to the International Admiralty and Maritime Organization and reauthorize it under the Quantum Authority. He had to go back to the Universal Postal Union in Bern, Switzerland, and reauthorize it under his authority. He had to go back to the International Bureau of Weights and Measures and reauthorize it under his authority because he had just destroyed all banking and chemistry on planet Earth with this elemental chart and this periodic table in association with this system of weights and measures in conjunction with the grammar. He had to go back into the International Patent Office because this all has to be patented. So it disqualified all the old patents on planet Earth all the way back to the very beginning. So he had to resubstantiate all that. And all of that needs to be substantiated. Everybody's patent on all of their products now have to be resubstantiated in this quantum manner or under this quantum global construct and system. That way, their patents can't be harvested, stolen by the old system any longer. They've all been saved. But he had to go on the planet and set this whole thing back up under his authority, all these locations. And what they ended up doing when the United Nations said, well, okay, but what land do you choose? They said, him and Dave said they choose the land of the courts during the time of the contract. Why? Because that is where the courts or all of the contracts are defended is in the courts. Well, that's why Dave keeps talking about we own the land of the courts, because their system just took down the old system, and the old system was enforced in the courts. Well, this system now rules the courts. So if you bring your old grammatical system in there and build contracts into the courts, and they're not done properly, correctly, and truthfully, using the quantum grammar construct, they are disqualified and nullified as grammar fraud and bank fraud, all of them, across the board. Now, after coming back into the United States, after having run this gamut, he came back into the United States, and when he did, the 5-Star Trust guys grabbed him up. Bush and the boys grabbed him up. Beat the living shit out of this guy in an effort to get him to surrender that flag. These are the guys who have swept this all under the rug and have proceeded to move forward in their attempt to surrender the United States back over to the New World Order, or to Great Britain, finish constructing their New World Order, go into the Middle East, steal the oil. They're heading back down to Venezuela to get Chavez out of there so they can get his banking system closed down. And once they have it all under wraps, they will then present the mark of the beast to everyone. However, Russell J. Gould did not surrender the flag, and he did not surrender his position. They took him into court, and they literally beat the hell out of this guy on a couple of different occasions, and he won. And the Navy was behind him and supporting him all the way. We don't know what happened to that contingency. We can't speculate. We do have a couple of ideas. However, after 12 years of these guys not wanting to play ball and just do things correctly and move forward with this entire new global government system, Russell J. Gould, seeing that the Benjamin Franklin Post Office had now come out of bankruptcy, and had come out of bankruptcy in 1999, right? And nobody remembered it. Nobody saw it. So what he did was, when he came back into Washington, D.C. and filed the flag in there and legged in as the Postmaster General of the United States, as the new Postmaster General of the world, he rewrote a new U.S. Constitution between his government and ours. And it's the same version of the one we had with Great Britain. Only this one doesn't have the 1 million laws attached to it that were created by the Congress and the Senate in relation to this system, because we know there's always been two governments operating here, the King of Great Britain's and ours. That's why you get the two-party system, right? The Democratic and the Republican. So he rewrote the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights, it's still standing. The Declaration of Independence is still standing. And because they didn't want to move forward with it, wanted to keep going forward with this New World Order surrender effort in the year 2012, and on the date December 21st, 2012, end of the Mayan calendar, he legs back in down here at the Philadelphia Post Office in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the Benjamin Franklin Postal Court, or Post Office, and reopen the entire U.S. government back up for the people with a new U.S. Constitution, the same Bill of Rights, Declaration of Independence, and it's all been quantized into this mathematical, grammatical fact. He saved the United States from surrender and takeover. He has saved the planet from a New World Order effort to conquer us. He has saved the planet from a New World Order effort under one man, a global dictator we all know as Lucifer, and has stopped them from being able to present the mark of the beast to all of us and attach us to this banking system as slaves.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
Now, prior to 1999, there were two gentlemen who were working to get themselves out of the Masonic global government system that we've all been enslaved to through the birth certificate system. Those two men were Russell J. Gould and David Wynn Miller. Russell J. Gould and David Wynn Miller. David Wynn Miller was the one who broke the mathematical interface on math and grammar. And here's the equation for that. Anybody that's been out there studying this, I'm not going to go too far into it. Russell J. Gould was the individual who then imparted the now time aspect into this grammatical construct, thereby giving it its own jurisdiction. So at this point, they knew that they had a whole new system of grammar that the world had never seen, that now, being set up the way it was, needed to be utilized to create an entirely new government system off of. So they had to go all the way back to where the crown derives its authorities. They went back, all the way back into the Masonic books, and we'll just throw one out there, The Secret Teachings, Manly P. Hall Secret Teachings of All Ages. They went back and they syntaxed this book and then rewrote it in this quantum construct, in this now time grammatical quantum construct. And they did that with all of the books, all of the Masonic books that are utilized to substantiate the Crown's authorizations here in the world. Thereby giving their system its own venue. They created an entirely new federal government system for the entire world to now join with. And it is a global federal government system and it is based in truth. The entire system is based on mathematically certifiable grammar. It has its own elemental chart and periodic tables that one unwinds, creates a mathematical fact forward and backward in both directions. When this elemental chart and periodic table unwinds itself, it creates infinity or a figure 8, thereby validating itself forward and backwards, just like the grammatical construct does. This thing was genius. Knowing what these men had at their fingertips, all they needed was the right time and place in history to launch this thing and take the greatest leap of faith ever taken by any two gentlemen ever recorded in the history of this planet. Once this thing was all set up, the books that they had syntaxed, they had filed with the Vatican and the NSA and several other locations on planet Earth. And the Vatican had been studying it. For 5 years prior to what eventually took place in 1999. Russell J. Gould, with the help of David Wynn Miller, in 1999 saw the end of the third and final international bankruptcy coming. Russell, knowing what was about to take place here, ran down to the United Nations and asked the United Nations if they had a copyright and patent on the Title IV flag. Knowing that it didn't matter if they did or they didn't, the contract would have been found to have been in grammatical fraud and grammatical error. So he rewrote the copyright and patent for the Title IV flag for the United States because it was about to be surrendered back over to Great Britain along with the country at the end of the third and final international bankruptcy. So So he takes off with the United Nations with the Title IV flag in tow and legs this whole government system in. And there at the United Nations, he was declared a sovereign. In the process, he had just taken down the entire old monarch system. Because once they reestablished those Masonic books, they had to resubstantiate all of them in a quantum grammar construct, thereby disqualifying the old system completely from the bloodlines on. And in that effort, set this entire global government system up for the world. Russ then turns back around, and during that 18-day vacancy that post office was open, the king had to vacate due to international banking law for 18 days. Russell legs back in down here at the post office in Washington, D.C., taking tactical command and control of the United States and Canada, because that post office has always been attached to the DC location. And in doing so, he just brought to an end the New World Order effort to surrender the United States back over to the Crown, utilize the United Nations to install a global tax, because no one has a charter to exist anymore as a corporation under his authority. Everything has been disqualified. It's over. So prior to 1999, Russell J. Gould had rewritten a new U.S. Constitution, a Bill of Rights, a Declaration of Independence. He had resubstantiated the charter for all the federal municipalities. He had captured the flags from the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, and the Coast Guard, and resubstantiated the entire construct in a quantum global effort, or quantum global manner. Thereby, in 1999, when he moved into the Washington, D.C. postal location, taking tactical command and control of the United States, and the rest of the North American continent, the New World Order and the Crown didn't have authorization to send our military to war for them after 9/11 had occurred, because they didn't have the authorization to do so. They had been disqualified. It was over. But you got to remember, this was an act of patriotism on his part. This is a patriot for the country. This guy is from Wyoming. Okay? This guy's a patriot to the country. He saw the end of the third and final international bankruptcy coming. He knew we were about to be surrendered back over to Great Britain, along with the flag, and it would hang like this, in a surrendered manner. And he did his duty as a patriot. He stepped in where he needed to step in, and he saved the country and the flag from being surrendered. And he's still holding on to that Title IV flag for the people of this country and safeguarding it for the people of this country.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet, Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
they can do that, they have to bring all the banks in under one banking system, under the Rothschild's banking system. So, the next objective, the Middle East. They got to go to the Middle East. And get the oil. Why? Because there's only 9 banks left in the world that are not ran by the Rothschilds, 7 of which are in the Middle East. So if they go in and steal the oil, then the banks have nothing to create a banking system off of. They collapse, and then they got to borrow money from here. The warfare is real simple.
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who had used to work for me, and one of the generals called me and he said, "Sir, you got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, No. He says, "We've made the decision we're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, he said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense office today, and he said, "It's a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran." The truth is about the Middle East is, had there been no oil there, it would be like Africa. Nobody is threatening to intervene in Africa. The problem is the opposite. We keep asking for people to intervene and stop it. And there's no question that the presence of petroleum throughout the region has sparked great power involvement. Whether that was the specific motivation for the coup or not, I can't tell you, but there's always been this attitude that somehow we could intervene and use force in the region.
After that, they got to go after Chavez in Venezuela. That's the last vestige. Then their plans really will be complete. However, in 1999, their plans were foiled. Like I said, this was an event horizon year. They weren't the only ones that saw this thing coming to an end. A simple review at the high school level, high school education, clearly details the fact that Great Britain and the Vatican had gotten together and had decided that the United States would never come to allow a one-world global dictator to rule their country. And everybody knows that the Vatican has always had an agreement with the Nazis. Not so much Germany itself, but the Nazi party up there in Germany, operating out of Germany. They tried to set up a one-world global dictatorship under Hitler a long time ago.
We are talking about the biggest thuggery of all, and that is the Jesuits in the Vatican. I always thought that the CIA was the problem and the other intelligence agencies. Guess what? there's a grand intelligence agency that the Vatican puts out, and all of those other crooks are operating under the Vatican intelligence agency.
This was a long-range effort by these guys to come up from the rear and accomplish this objective. Now, the plan of the CIA, with the setup of the five-star trust, was that the five top gentlemen, or I should say men, that were going to run the five-star trust for the CIA were going to take turns being the director of the CIA. So those five guys would take command control of this entire operation. The objective is to set up a one-world global dictatorship with Lucifer at the top, running the United Nations. And this is the piggy bank they're going to utilize to achieve that objective. But thank goodness, in 1999, as I said, this all revolved around the international bankruptcy of the United States. Thank goodness, we're at the Washington, D.C. postal location, open for capture on November 2nd, 1999, for 18 days. There was an 18-day period in there that the Crown was going to have to vacate the position and the post office would be open. And the United States will no longer have the ability to conduct international trade and commerce, hence the Florida Chads. That's because in 1999, the U.S. Constitution had come to an end and was closed out with the end of the third and final international bankruptcy. With that, they had the Amero set, the American European dollar, and they were about to surrender the United States back over to Great Britain. However, in 1999, during that 18-day vacancy, a miracle had taken place. Now, anyone who's listened to Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Reagan make their speeches will know that these gentlemen have been warning us of a group of people on this planet who are literally conspiring together in an effort to try to get the United States military to go to war for them in an effort to set this one world global government up. Okay, and that's what they were warning us about. They said, we're a nation of peace. We have to remain and stay a nation of peace. There's a group of people out there who are trying to get us to surrender everything over to them so that they can utilize our military to go and achieve their world objectives. And that they were going to utilize or create some fanciful event that would allow them then to do that. And that's what we had with the Twin Towers event and the 9/11 episode. So they actually got what they finally wanted. That was an orchestrated event. There was never any terrorists, and terrorism itself is a fraud. You cannot have a war where there is no enemy. You don't have an enemy. Show me the enemy. There is no enemy. The enemies are, or the enemy is, anyone who does not go along with their New World Order effort. That's who they're targeting, and that's who their terrorists are. This is a very simple warfare effort to follow. This entire soap opera is very easy to follow. The next thing they want are your guns, and they're going to come hard for them. They're going to come hard for guns here in America. That is the one thing that is stopping them from taking absolute, total, tactical command and control of this nation. And if they ever come for your guns, that is when you will have surrendered everything. They've already attacked your freedom of your right to choose, your freedom of speech, your freedom of the press, and now they're on the Second Amendment. They are coming for our guns, but they will not get them. Anyone signing on to that kind of legislation, Nancy Pelosi being number one, wants to surrender your borders, take your weapons, force you to buy health care. These are your new world order extremists. Okay, these guys are all working for Lucifer. They want a one world global dictator at the top. Who is it? It's Lucifer. We all know it. Biblical prophecy.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
of secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret society, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed.
And he began working for the people to try to get the Federal Reserve out of here and get us back on the silver standard.
And that is, we can have honest, solid currency, like what President Kennedy was doing 10 days before he was assassinated.
Unfortunately, John F. Kennedy was murdered for his efforts. Eventually, George Bush Sr. becomes head of the CIA. And Reagan takes office. And sees this whole thing going on and warns the American people about it. He made several speeches warning the American people about the same thing Eisenhower and John F. Kennedy did.
Set the record straight. There's no argument over the choice between peace and war, but there's only one guaranteed way you can have peace, and you can have it in the next second. Surrender. Admittedly, there's a risk in any course we follow other than this, but every lesson of history tells us that the greater risk lies in appeasement, and this is the specter our well-meaning liberal friends refuse to face, that their policy of accommodation is appeasement. And it gives no choice between peace and war. Only between fight or surrender. If we continue to accommodate, continue to back and retreat, eventually we have to face the final demand, the ultimatum. And what then? When Nikita Khrushchev has told his people, he knows what our answer will be. He has told them that we're retreating under the pressure of the Cold War, and someday, when the time comes to deliver the final ultimatum, our surrender will be voluntary, because by that time, we will have been weakened from within spiritually, morally, and economically. He believes this because from our side he's heard voices pleading for peace at any price, or better red than death, or as one commentator put it, he'd rather live on his knees than die on his feet. And therein lies the road to war, because those voices don't speak for the rest of us. You and I know and do not believe that life is so dear and peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of shame and slavery. If nothing in life is worth dying for, when did this begin? Just in the face of this enemy? Or should Moses have told the children of Israel to live in slavery under the Pharaohs? Should Christ have refused the cross? Should the patriots at Concord Bridge have thrown down their guns and refused to fire the shot heard around the world? The martyrs of history were not fools. And our honored dead, who gave their lives to stop the advance of the Nazis, didn't die in vain. Where then is the road to peace? Well, it's a simple answer after all. You and I have the courage to say to our enemies, there is a price we will not pay, there is a point beyond which they must not advance. Winston Churchill said the destiny of man is not measured by material complications. And great forces around the moon and the world will learn to experience. He said there's something going on in time and space and beyond time and space, which, whether we like it or not, spells duty. You and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth, or we'll sentence them to take the last step into 1,000 years of darkness.
Talking about Christianity and how it either became an atheistic country or a socialistic dictatorship under an atheistic regime, the United States would go down. So he tried to do everything in his power he could to stop what was going on. And George Bush Sr. tried 5 times to assassinate Kennedy. That's all been declassified. Sometime after that, George Bush Sr. becomes President of the United States. Now, this was a long-range warfare objective to get here, and they finally got there. Once this drug and money laundering system was all set up, they were going to then empower the United Nations to institute a global tax on everyone. At this particular juncture, by then, there's 230 million quadrillion dollars in the Sustainable Development Fund that these guys are using as a black ops shadow government bank account. If they install a global tax on everyone in the world, how much bigger is this bank account going to get? At this point, the CIA is just going to be used to continue to go in and soften other countries up in a New World Order effort that was being launched out of the White House.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision the UN founders.
A long-range objective. Now, this was all heading for the event horizon year of 1999. That's where this is all going. This is an event horizon year for the country and for the globe. Because once George Bush Sr. got in to be President of the United States, he saw the end of the third and final international bankruptcy coming, and he knew that the U.S. Constitution would dissolve, and the agreement between us and Great Britain would be dissolved at that point or voided and gone. The U.S. Constitution was going to be gone. So he went back to the crown, told his cousins what was going on, and they knighted him. The plan was to resubstantiate the U.S. Constitution so the king could still continue to oversee the international affairs in relation to shipping and commerce in the United States, and the New World Order will be launched out of Washington, D.C. And like I said, a global tax would be instituted by the United Nations, and those plans would be fulfilled.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
incorporated the United States as a company, and they made the President of the United States the Chief Executive Officer, and they made the representatives of Congress managers. And so when people come to Congress, they're taught very quickly that their constituents are not what it's all about. What it's all about is for them to get on the dole of the federal government, which is there to enslave the people who live in the United States. That's what that is.
So what does that mean the U.S. Constitution had come to an end? Well, it was the end of the third and final international bankruptcy for the United States. And with the end of the third and final international bankruptcy, the King of Great Britain had to vacate the position as Postmaster General due to international banking law. And the trustee between us and Great Britain, or the bankruptcy, has always been the President of the United States. Well, if there's no more bankruptcy, then there's no more need for a trustee. The agreement with us and Great Britain is over. So, no bankruptcy, no trustee. So in 1999, there should not have been a presidential election held. The U.S. Congress should have been shut down, the Senate should have been shut down, everybody should have been fired, and we should have held a new constitutional convention and resubstantiated the entire government from the ground up. And they never told the American people about any of it. Now, at the end of the American Revolution, the United States didn't have a strategic metals contract in place. Okay, we weren't allowed to print and mint our own coinage, so we had to borrow it from these guys, from the Rothschilds. And London City, authorized by the Crown, because the Crown has a strategic metals contract in place, and that's what we've been utilizing. In 1933, with the Great Depression, actually 1929, is when the beginning of the third and final international bankruptcy had started, or the end of the second had come to an end. Because we were borrowing money from these guys over here, we're now in usury with this system. Okay, so that is how we're captured in usury with these guys over here. We're using their money. We're not allowed to make or create our own. And as a matter of fact, we're borrowing it and paying it back with interest in hard natural assets. Okay, all of this is going somewhere, okay? This is all going back to David Wynn Miller and Russell J. Gould and what they have done to the planet that everybody needs to be made aware of. But before we get into that, you have to understand what it was they ran headlong into, that they had no idea what was going on the planet, okay, that pretty much stopped what they were doing right in the tracks, and vice versa. Okay, so this is where the banking warfare and the warfare against the United States really kicks off. Back in 1933, Roosevelt was in office, and a Nazi coup inspired and led by Gerald McGuire, backed by Prescott Bush, J.P. Morgan, Remington, and Goodyear, were trying to get Roosevelt out of office. And what they did was they tried to elicit the help of General Smedley Butler of the United States Marine Corps in an effort to help them get Roosevelt out of office. They figured that with Butler's influence over the American soldiers, that he could assemble 500,000 men and help them get Roosevelt out.
Let me warn you
And let me warn the nation against the smooth evasion that says, of course we believe these things. We believe in social security. We believe in work for the unemployed. We believe in saving homes. Cross our hearts and hope to die. We believe in all these things. But we do not like the way the present administration is doing them. Just turn them over to us. We will do all of them. We will do more of them. We will do them better. And most important of all, the doing of them will not cost anybody anything.
Thank God for Smedley Butler. He blew the whistle, and their plan failed. However, these corporate heads, J.P. Morgan, Remington, Goodyear, and the others, were never indicted for this treasonous act. And so it continued on in the shadows. From there, it's been one long-range orchestrated event to get these guys into the White House. A few years later, Eisenhower comes into office. And under his watch, the CIA gets set up. And Eisenhower then gave a masterful speech on a conspiracy that he was worried about. He told the American people, keep an eye on the military-industrial complex because he saw it as extremely dangerous.
Throughout America's adventure in free government, our basic purposes have been to keep the peace, to foster progress in human achievement, and to enhance liberty, dignity, and integrity among peoples and among nations. To strive for less would be unworthy of a free and religious people. Progress toward these noble goals is persistently threatened by the conflict now engulfing the world. It commands our whole attention, absorbs our very being. We face a hostile ideology, global in scope, atheistic in character, ruthless in purpose, and insidious in method. Unhappily, the danger it poses promises to be of indefinite duration.
Under Eisenhower's watch, the Five-Star Trust was set up by the CIA. The Five-Star Trust consisted of 5 top men, those being George Bush Sr., Richard Armitage, General Edward Lansdale, William Colby, and General Robert L. Ferrera. Those were the 5 guys that ran the Five-Star Trust for the CIA. Now, what the Five-Star Trust was, their objective was to set up the largest drug and money laundering system the world had ever seen. And it was called Operation Studebaker and Operation Clean Room, which was the money laundering systems into the operation. And that was ran out of Kentucky by Marion Horn. A gentleman named Marion Horn. The main objective of this operation was to create money for the CIA so they wouldn't have to go and ask Congress for money. Doing so might divulge plans the CIA had going on. So they developed the largest drug and money laundering system the world has ever seen. The objective of which was to set up a drug running operation and then put all the money into a conglomeration of banks set up by the Rothschilds and 13 banking families known as the Five-Star Trust. That is Lucifer's Sustainable Development Fund. Okay, that's Lucifer's piggy bank. I'm just going to say it. So, once this all got set up, Kennedy came into office. And Kennedy warned us of a massive conspiracy that scared him so bad, he created U.S. Special Forces.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
Breaking
countries on planet Earth are utilizing this Masonic warfare platform, okay? And as they are all high-ranking Masons, all of them, okay? Not Masons in the form of guys who are setting up sidewalks and driveways, okay? They're not those type of Masons. These Masons build governments. They build them and they defend them. The contracts that I pointed out that the King of Great Britain has, all the countries have those same contracts. They all have their own strategic metals contract in place that allows them to print and mint their own coinage based upon their banking system, okay? Everybody has commodities that they trade around the world with each other, and that's what those banking systems are based upon. Oil being one of the biggest. And the King of Great Britain is the reigning monarch on the planet. That's why he is the Postmaster General of the world. What we're going to look at is where the crown derives its authorizations or its authorities that their entire system is based on. Okay, real quick, let's go back and recover some American history, okay? Back when the colonies were founded, there was 13 colonies originally. And before the American Revolution broke out, our post office was the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania post office, the Benjamin Franklin post office, okay, or postal court, which is here. And once the American Revolution had broke out, the king had cut off our ability to conduct international trade and commerce out of that post office because we went to war against Great Britain, right? So the war, all wars vacate that kind of contract. So our shipping was cut off. After the American Revolution, we couldn't open commerce back up through this post office because we were 1.6 million francs to the French for funding the American Revolution. So at that point, the King of Spain and the King of France argued over who was going to be the Postmaster General here in the United States to open it up to international trade and commerce. Right? Spain said that they had found America first. Christopher Columbus had discovered the New World first, and so they had rights to it. France said that without loaning America the 1.6 million francs, the United States wouldn't even be open for capture. But the King of Great Britain, still being the reigning monarch in the world, said those are my people, and I'm going to put my post office in up there and open this thing up to trade and commerce. You guys need to stand down. So that's how he became the Postmaster General of the United States. And the Canada location has always been attached to that postal location as well. So the King of Great Britain took tactical command and control of the entire North American continent in the process. The other reigning monarchs and dictators of the world wanted to come into our country, or the United States, and rape and pillage it for its natural resources and its goods, they'd have to go through him and his post office to do so. So everything that was shipped in and out of the country, all trade and commerce, he got a piece up through that post office. just like he did down in the East Indies. He is taking tactical command and control of the movement and shipment of all goods on planet Earth. That's his end goal. Okay, now there was a long-range objective that had been placed into motion here by the Crown, the Vatican, and London City and the Rothschilds, okay? And the reason the American Revolution had kicked off was because the United States wanted to float its currency into the global market. And because they based their monetary system on the value of the land, it never fluctuates. It's a solid base, right? But the Rothschilds fluctuate gold and silver up and down in relation to what they have going on. And because our currency doesn't fluctuate, when these guys would drop the price of gold down, America could buy it up and eventually would become the global power on the planet. So the Rothschilds attacked the Crown, and the Crown said, you guys can't do that, and as a matter of fact, this is war against me, and I'm not going to let that happen. So that was the reason for the American Revolution. But the long-range objective was to get the United States to borrow money from these guys in an effort to surrender them back to Great Britain. And how that was going to work was you only get 3 chances to pay off the debt that you borrow from these guys. And if you can't pay it off, then the Crown will step in, pay the debt to these guys off for you, and then capture you back as part of his system or part of Great Britain. And you all become peasants and serfs again. And this entire thing revolved around the year 1999. This is an event horizon year, not just for the United States, but for the entire planet. Okay, so when the colonies had come out of the American Revolution and the King stepped in as Postmaster General for the United States, the U.S. Constitution was drafted, okay? And the U.S. Constitution outlined how the King's government was going to interact with the colonies in relation to international trade and commerce. Okay, and this thing was seen by Patrick Henry and the colonials as so tyrannical that they created the Bill of Rights, outlining, or I should say, laying out what it was that the King of Great Britain and that federal government, the Fed, would never have the power to infringe upon, because they knew that this king was so tyrannical, eventually he would enforce his authority into the states' territories and try to tell you what you couldn't say, what you couldn't write. Right? The freedom of the press, that you couldn't bear arms, you wouldn't have the right to defend your country. So those things were all outlined here in the Bill of Rights, and those are the things the king would never have the power to infringe upon, ever. It was done. It was the only thing that ratified the U.S. Constitution. And they were not going to sign it. The colonials refused to sign it until these guys, the Fed, accepted this outline. horizon year is because in 1999 was the end of the third and final international bankruptcy for the United States. And we were going to be surrendered back over to Great Britain because we couldn't afford to pay the debt to London and the Rothschilds and the 13 banking families belong. But that meant that the U.S. Constitution had come to an end. It was over. It was the end of the third and final international bankruptcy, and the contract between us and Great Britain expired.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet, Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
What causes what happiness?
Good morning. I'm Sergeant Robert Horton, United States Army Special Operations. I was a Psychological Operations Specialist from 1999 to 2012, and I'm also a son of the American Revolution. Now, everyone is wondering about this Russell J. Gould and David Wynn Miller story, and everybody wants to know what in the world is going on with that. What does it mean, right? Okay, but to understand what it means, you have to understand what's going on planet Earth that you all need to be made aware of so you can understand what it is these guys are talking about, okay? So I'm going to go back to the beginning. This is a very old Masonic system that's operating here on planet Earth, and it is all based upon shipping and postal wars. That have morphed into banking wars. Okay, so the three really work together hand in hand, but the banking warfare has really kicked off periodically late in relation to this whole thing. So when you're born here on this planet, or here on this planet, you are born of the water, right? Because this is a shipping war. You're all captured in a shipping warfare that you're unaware of, that you've been captured into. So when you're born of your mother's water. And you are docked as a vessel by a doctor who is a registered harbor master by the port authorities and authorized by the Department of Transportation. And when you are docked by the doctor, you are then harbored in the harbor in a vessel and dry dock known as a hospital, which is considered to be a boat parked on the land. Okay? But when you're born and harbored by the harbor master in this vessel and dry dock, you are considered a ward of the state. So you are placed into a maternity ward. Why are you a ward of the state? Because you have not yet been brought under the laws of this old school Masonic system. Now, how they get you into this old school Masonic system is with the birth certificate. So you're considered a ward of the state or an outlaw because you're not yet under the laws of the old Masonic system until your mother signs your birth certificate. This is a commercial instrument, okay? This is saying that you are now owned and under the laws of this Masonic system. You are owned and that you are nothing more than a piece of cargo or a vessel or a dead person that's presumed to be missing, dead, or lost at sea, right? Once you're legged into this massive corporate construct, and it's a global construct, you are then subject to the laws of the state. State of affairs, not state of California or state of Nevada. We're talking global state of affairs. You're legged into the state.
It's in favor of the banks. It's certainly not in favor of the people. What happens when you have a child is your child is given a Social Security number. They estimate how many taxes your child is going to pay over his or her lifetime. And then once they take that birth certificate and they issue it on the capital markets, and they earn money on it.
Once that happens, you are then under the laws of this entire global construct.
I'm saying something much worse, actually. What I'm saying is that when every citizen goes into the court system, they are not seen there as themselves a U.S. citizen. They're seen as the person who had their birth certificate pledged. You're there as a debtor. You're not there as a citizen. We have been converted from human beings that are citizens of the Republic of the United States into chattel. Chattel, that is a legal term for something which is property. We are now considered to be property of the Federal Reserve. We're not considered to be human beings and citizens of the United States.
These are the pillars of the laws of this global construct. Admiralty and maritime, and civil jurisdiction. Law of the sea, law of the land. Law of the sea has always been held by the King of Great Britain. Okay, that's how he runs his entire country. It's considered a vessel, a great big boat, and all the people in that boat are considered to be missing, dead, or presumed lost at sea with their birth certificate system. That's how he runs his whole country. And that's the same thing we're doing here in the United States. Why? Because Great Britain has always been our Postmaster General here in the colonies and the 50 states. Now let me explain what Postmaster General of the world is. Okay, this is our vessel. This is planet Earth. This is the vessel that we're all floating around on in this via space we call the solar system, or the galaxy. This is our outpost, right? Our boat. The Postmaster General, or the General of the Post, is Great Britain. Always has been. This is an old school Masonic warfare platform, planetary warfare platform based upon shipping, postal, and banking wars. Okay, I've explained the shipping to you. The postal revolves around timelines. When you're brought into a jail, the timelines kick off, whether it's a federal offense, state offense, or local offense. Different venues have different timelines, okay, and there's several. His whole system is enforced in the courts around the world. This whole system is enforced in the courts, and what they're enforcing is the elemental chart, his strategic metals contract, his styles manual, and the dictionary, which is basically the entire system all of us are using, the grammatical construct we all use. All of these contracts and this entire system is enforced in the courts around the world. Those are called the neutral courts. That's where the wars are fought in relation to this entire matter, right? If you got a grievance, you go into the courts or the neutral courts and you fight it out. But this thing is set up to make sure that he always wins, okay? This entire system is set up so that you never win. All they look at you as is a piece of cargo, a boat or a vessel that can be harvested, raped, plundered, and pillaged for its goods. So this is the old school Masonic system that these guys have set up, and this is what is being defended on planet Earth, okay? This whole system belongs to the King of Great Britain, or is run and defended by the King of Great Britain. Okay, so he is the Postmaster General of the world. All the countries on planet Earth are utilizing and playing with this system, okay? Doesn't matter if you're in Russia, China, or Germany. If you get married here in the United States, you're still considered to be married in Russia, China, or Germany. If you get divorced, you're considered divorced all over the world, right? Because the courts are all connected. Everybody's playing this game. It's a big, old school Masonic system that they utilize to control the people and run the planet with. This is the old school monarchical system that commands and controls the entire planet, or at least is attempted.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet, Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
Children to be raised by the state. People told, this is what Aldous Huxley said in Brave New World, people told what their job will be. If you look at the pyramid, where is the power in the pyramid? We've been conned and conditioned and programmed to believe that it's up there. It is not. That's up there because the rest of the pyramid are holding it up there, and that's the only reason it exists.
And Rome has been ruling Europe for almost 2,300 years. The Vatican's been ruling Europe for at least 1,600 years. All of the royalty and celebrities, they rule by divine right, right? Well, where do you get the divine right from? You get it from the Holy Father. God didn't give you any divine right. Nobody talked to God like that. You don't need to talk to God. The Vatican will decide if you are one of their boys. And if you're one of their boys, the Pope will then, bless you with like they did Michael Corleone and the Godfather 3 and with the sword and all that kind of thing. And now you are divinely appointed. By who? By the Pope.
Major restrictions on movement, creation of human settlement zones. I'll get to them in a minute. Mass resettlement as people are forced to vacate land where they live for reasons I'm coming to. Dumbing down education, achieved a long time ago. Mass global depopulation in pursuit of all of the above.
And Visoff came up with 25 goals. Among these goals were control the press, corrupt the youth through sex and drugs, elect our own people meaning the Illuminati.
Weather modification. Programs, experimental ones done by private companies, done by the United States government, done by states across the United States. These programs impact agriculture, and there are programs around the world, international corporations are modifying our weather all the time, and they're modifying it in ways that cover thousands and thousands of square miles. Most of it is chemically altered.
And what they're doing to hide it is they're setting Agenda 21 organizations up in all local communities, all over the world, America, Britain, all over the place, and they're giving the impression that each of these is basically an independent local community initiative, when it's all being orchestrated through this organization, through the United Nations, called Local Governments for Sustainability.
The people at the Vatican, and the Vatican represents a very powerful secret society. It's been in operation in the Roman Empire long before the Vatican ever existed. It's referred to as the sun order. Sun was always represented as an eagle. The eagle always represented the sun. Now, eagles only have two wings, left wing and right wing. So that's why you always have a division between the left wing and right wing in politics and religion. because you need 2 feet. You need to walk through this world on 2 feet.
In another of his prophetic books, because he knows what's coming, called America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, the Technotronic era involves the gradual appearance of a more controlled society. Such a society would be dominated by an elite unrestrained by traditional values. Soon it will be possible to assert almost continuous surveillance over every citizen and maintain up-to-date complete files containing even the most personal information about the citizen. These files will be subject to instantaneous retrieval by the authorities.
That the American government has created weather tampering techniques so that the New World Order will be able to starve millions of Americans and control the rest.
It happened in the 1980s when hundreds of children accused teachers at the preschool of sexually abusing them. The accusations got more and more bizarre as kids started talking about satanic rituals, witnessing animals being mutilated, and being taken into secret underground tunnels underneath the school which led to other places. Children named professional football players, baseball players, politicians, and actors as perpetrators. A group of the parents teamed up with FBI agent Ted Gunderson. Gunderson was a senior special agent in charge of the FBI Los Angeles division at the time. Page 49 of the FBI release shows that they found multiple tunnels, a Disney bag with copyright 1982 written on it, a plate with a pentagram hand-drawn on it, no doorknobs on classroom 3, only a deadbolt lock. This was one of the classrooms above a tunnel. Fire alarm switches that didn't connect to a fire station but were used at school. More than 2,000 artifacts under the school floor, including over 100 animal bones. Page 48 shows a map of the school with 2 tunnel entrances.
Respected law enforcement professional, recently or retired now from the FBI, former regional director of Los Angeles. Do you, sir, believe that these dreadful allegations... of babies being sacrificed? Do you, sir, believe that these dreadful allegations of babies being sacrificed are true?
I absolutely believe it, without any doubt. Based on the information that's been given to me across the country by numerous survivors and by confidential sources and informants.
Then why don't you name these people and arrest them? Never a name, never an arrest. These women come out of the group and they insist that they know the people in the group.
Police officers don't believe it. I may believe it. You may believe it. Some people in your audience may believe it. They don't believe it. Number 2, if you decide to investigate these people, you have to, number 1, handle it from an undercover operation. If you put an undercover operation into effect, then you have, in a sense, your own police officers become involved in these heinous crimes, and they are, of course, become murderers. And in addition to that, if you do decide to investigate these people, there's a lot of work.
That's on here that's asking me that I sell my soul. On there if y'all think I sell my soul. You're coming right with me, you dummies.
But you gonna focus on that money and you gonna love and cherish the money. Once you love and cherish the money and you just you'll do anything to get the money, then that's when you sold your soul, my brother.
I want to get out this music industry because this is not for me, but I do it because I feed my family. But I don't want to be in this. This is not what God wants me to do.
I sold my soul to the devil, I'll never get it back. I sold my soul to the devil.
possessed with the devil for me.
I'm like, if you don't get this right now, I swear to Lucifer.
You're still out here doing these songs? You're still on tour?
I do, but I don't take it for granted.
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I mean, I made a bargain with it, long time ago, and I'm holding up my hand.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
That's how I feel about it.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet, Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
The three pillars of United Nations Agenda 21 are economy, ecology, and equity, the three E's. And everyone sort of thinks that they know what that means, the idea of social equity. It must mean that everyone's going to have access to clean water and clean air, and no one's property is going to be used as a dumping ground because they are at a poverty level. But really, what social equity is about impoverishing huge portions of the population and bringing down the developed nations. Everything that we're looking at now is destined to collapse our economies. It's a totalitarian state. Being developed right now all over the world. And what major corporations want in this development is to be able to have full movement of workers without borders or boundaries, to be able to move their goods through without regulations, and to reduce wages. And so this is the goal. So this is what you find with social equity. And of course, economy and ecology is about, these are the three circles: economy, ecology, and social equity. And where they meet in the center is balance. But really that balance is a communitarian balance. So it's not balance of well-being of the people. What it is it's a balance for corporations so that they can exploit and control and have populations in an area, in tightly packed, dense areas, so that they can be surveilled and managed. And this is what that balance looks like as far as the development of a totalitarian state is. The mainstream media is owned by 5 major corporations, and you're not going to get this information from the mainstream press. So you need to be your own press. You need to educate yourself. You need to get out there and educate your neighbors, your community, your real community. You need to help your children understand that they're being indoctrinated from pre-kindergarten to postgraduate school. All of us have a responsibility to ourselves and to others. This is true community. To work for personal freedom. And always remember that even though we work as a group, if we do work as a group, we're all individuals in those groups, and we answer only to ourselves. And this is essential. It's essential as free human beings. This is what we are. We are free, and we need to continue to be free. And I do believe that we will win, but we have to become aware that there is a fight. And then make our friends and our neighbors and our community aware as well, and work together.
You know, we keep talking about government. This is not a government control issue. It doesn't really matter what laws we put out, because government can't enforce any of these laws, right? We have a regulation. You must wear a mask. How do I make 19 million people wear a mask? I can't. I couldn't make that one fella who I ran into wear a mask, right? Everything we're doing is basically voluntary. On behalf of people, right? State government, local government, federal government doesn't have the power to enforce stay-at-home orders. If 19 million people said, I'm going out today, they would go out.
Of light, all the community organizations that are spread like stars throughout the nation doing good.
You know, all the rhetoric you see here, the 1,000 points of light. What the hell was that, by the way? 1,000 points of light. What did that mean? 1,000 points of light. I never quite got that one.
The affirmative task we have now is to actually create a new world order.
The ultimate goal that these people have in mind is the goal to create a one-world government run by the banking industry, run by the bankers. And they want to create a new currency called the MEATSLEEP. Right? And the whole agenda is to create a one-world government where everybody has the most chips.
Pyramids. At the peak of the pyramid, you've got a tiny, tiny few people who know everything there is to know about that organization. They know its real agenda, its real motivation, where it's really seeking to go.
To perform effectively as a new world order, you have to have a commonality of countries. You can't have the separation of countries, the distinct separation that we have now. I think that the way that they will do this is they will slowly, very slowly, but very precisely enact little pieces of legislation. But I think you'll see these little tags that are put on legislation will affect us for the rest of our lives.
Anyway, this is the wish list in documents for Agenda 21, an international sovereignty, state planning and management of all land resources, ecosystems, deserts, forests, mountains, oceans and fresh water, agriculture, rural development, biotechnology, and ensuring equity equals slavery.
Well, instead of having cash, anytime you have money in your chip, they can take out whatever they want to take out whenever they want to. Total control. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, you can just turn off the chip. And you have nothing. You can't buy food. You can't do anything.
The further you come down from that pyramid peak in any organization, you're meeting more and more and more people who know less and less and less about what that organization's agenda really is. They only know their part in it. They call it compartmentalization.
Let's go back to 1776, May the 1st. Adam Weishaupt was commissioned by the Rothschild family to set up the goals to control and take over the world with a one-world government.
You want to trace back all the wars and bloodshed and all the corruption going on around the world? You want to go back to the people who are really doing this stuff all around the world to us? The Vatican. You can bet on it. That's why Hollywood is making movies like Angels and Demons and Da Vinci Code, and they're talking about the Vatican and all the occult stuff. Let me tell you something.
They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody's being chipped. all your money in those chips, and they control the chips, and they control people, and you become a slave. You become a serf to these people. That's their goal. That's their intention.
The banking system is a pyramid. So is the media. So is the secret society network of the world. So is the multinational corporation network. And at the peak of their pyramids, they fuse into one global pyramid peak.
The state is to define the role of business and financial resources. Abolition of private property is not sustainable, they say. Here we go again. How many times has this come up? Restructuring the family unit.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet, Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
and our societies.
To be truly effective, vaccines, treatments, and diagnostics must be important and accessible to all.
Equitable and universal access to vaccination, treatment, and diagnostics.
All work together on improving diagnostics, accelerating therapies, and ultimately developing a vaccine.
Everyone should have access to COVID-19 testing, treatment, and vaccines.
Will only be completed when vaccines, tests, and treatments are available and affordable to every child, women and men who needs them.
To support vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics development, preparedness efforts, and humanitarian assistance.
On how to make vaccines, treatments, and diagnostics accessible to everyone.
In addition to investing into diagnostics, therapies, and vaccines.
So the race for a vaccine, for better treatments, for quick and reliable tests.
Impfstoffe, Tests und Medikamente müssen für alle Menschen auf der Welt verfügbar, bezahlbar und zugänglich sein.
Research and development work on vaccines, diagnostics, therapeutics, and respiratory medicine.
Right to universal access for the anti-COVID drugs, tests, and vaccine.
To make sure that everyone has access to treatments, to vaccines, to a strong health system.
COVID-19. Vaccines will be the most effective way to do it.
Des moyens de diagnostic, de traitement et des vaccins.
I should be able to access in vitro diagnostics like tests and therapeutics and vaccine.
Better diagnostic and therapeutic medical supplies. We must also ensure that there is access to better treatment and care in the global quest for a vaccine.
In ensuring development, production, and equitable delivery of COVID-19 diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines.
For vaccines, diagnostics, and health systems.
Has access to COVID-19 tests, treatments, and therapies.
COVID-19 tests, treatments, and vaccines, and strengthen our healthcare systems.
That the solutions for this pandemic are going to come from science, whether they're new diagnostics, new vaccines, or new therapeutics. So we're working with a number of partner agencies to try to develop a new vaccine for COVID-19.
as it ensures impartial access to diagnostics, treatment, and later on, vaccine against the disease.
Is needed to ensure access to COVID-19 tests, treatments, and vaccines for all.
To ensure that new COVID-19 diagnostics, therapeutics, and people's vaccine are safe, effective, and affordable.
For treatments, vaccines, and tests.
On equitable access to diagnostics, treatments, and vaccines.
We need new diagnostics, vaccines, treatments, and an equal distribution to all. We need to make vaccines, treatment, and diagnostics accessible to everyone.
Develop an effective vaccine, effective treatments, testing systems that work, diagnostics, and therapeutics.
COVID-19 diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines.
Effective diagnostics, safe treatment, and vaccines.
Diagnosis, treatment, and vaccine development.
But you don't have a choice. People act like you have a choice. For the world at large, normalcy only returns when we've largely vaccinated the entire global population. And we're taking things that are, genetically modified organisms, and we're injecting them in the little kids' arms. We just shoot them right into the veins. We just shoot them right into the vein.
We just shoot them right into the vein.
Reducing the population growth, reducing the population growth. When we've largely vaccinated the entire global population. We all want to return to the way things were before COVID-19. But there's one area where I hope we never go back. Our complacency about pandemics. We can get ahead of infectious disease outbreaks. By the next pandemic, I believe we can have what I call mega testing diagnostic platforms. They can be deployed quickly, cost very little, and test 20% of the entire population every week. We also want to get treatments out far faster next time. One of the most promising is monoclonal antibodies. These manufactured antibodies grab onto the virus and disable it, just like your immune system, and can reduce death rates by as much as 80%. I also think that we'll develop new vaccines quickly, in large part due to this new mRNA platform. mRNA will become faster to develop, easier to store, and lower cost. That's a huge breakthrough. To stop future pandemics quickly, we need to be able to spot disease outbreaks as soon as they happen anywhere in the world. And that requires a global alert system. If there turns out to be some new infectious pathogen, then we need a group of infectious disease responders to spring into action.
And includes military maneuvers in the United States, military actions that are forthcoming.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet, Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
What causes one happiness?
On behalf of our center and our partners, the World Economic Forum and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to our audience here in New York, as well as our larger virtual audience participating online today. The Event 201 scenario is fictional. Today's scenario is going to simulate meetings of a multi-stakeholder group called the Pandemic Emergency Board.
We're at the start of what's looking like it will be a severe pandemic. And there are problems emerging that can only be solved by global business and governments working together.
There's been some conspiracy theories that are around about the potential that pharmaceutical companies or the UN have released this for their own benefit.
And maybe this is a time for us to showcase some cases where we are able to bring forward some bad actors and leave it before the courts to decide whether they have actually spread some fake news.
A new coronavirus. Infected people got a respiratory illness with symptoms ranging from mild flu-like signs to severe pneumonia.
In related news, a significant demand for personal protective equipment like N95 masks and gloves are on the rise. Patients are overwhelming healthcare facilities. People are avoiding public spaces out of fear of infection and in compliance with public health recommendations. Our U.S. affiliate has just released polling results on public expectations for a vaccine, and 65% of those polled are eager to take the vaccine, even if it's experimental.
I'm not optimistic about having the vaccine in time to be relevant during this pandemic.
With enough money and political will, anything is possible.
Penalties have been put in place for spreading harmful falsehoods. Including arrest.
If the solution means controlling and reducing access to information, I think it's the right choice.
What exactly are the risks and benefits of staying home from work? Absolutely, we need to save lives, but we literally cannot afford a heavy-handed response that suffocates our economy.
The world saw large-scale protests and in some places riots. This led to violent crackdowns in some countries and even martial law.
The deep state had the Rockefeller Foundation script a plan to introduce martial law and a permanent method for total control of the citizenry. In this plan that they disguised as an academic scenario, as they called it, the method they would use to gain complete prison-like control of the entire population was to infect them with a devastating biological pandemic, and then, under the guise of protecting us from this threat, they would be free to implement their final solution, a prison state. The prison state that they need to keep their grip on power. Following is proof that the deep state is behind these viral pandemics. For the deep state to make an international pandemic isn't even a high-tech operation, it's a low-tech operation. It's easy. A simple vial of Ebola, SARS, MERS, Spanish flu, or coronavirus, or whatever they come up with in their secret bioweapons lab, is all they need to bring the world into their total control.
It's not only a great reset, it's a great deception. Replacing mum and dad, small businesses and private enterprises with big tech and big business. Democracy and free enterprise go out the window, totalitarian government control slides in through the back door. Those behind this scheme are adamant that there can be and never will be a return to normal. That life will never again be what it was prior to COVID. That is why they constantly talk about the new normal. The World Economic Forum meets every January in Davos. You will have heard of the expression Davos man. It refers to all the zillionaires and pop stars and popes. And princes and politicians who meet every year to map out our futures. This year's Davos is very, very different to all the previous ones. The World Economic Forum along with the United Nations, along with the International Monetary Fund, and along with any number of prominent globalist organizations and powerful individuals, including Prince Charles, together have jointly promised that the 2021 World Economic Forum will be used to introduce via a vast network of connected big tech corporations, online activist movements, and compliant local and national governments something they call the Great Reset. This isn't some sky after dark. Fantasy conspiracy theory. It is a global commitment they have made to use the panic and fear generated by the coronavirus as a means to reshape all our economies and laws and move to a new form of capitalism that focuses on net zero emissions. You might think this is a great thing. You might think this is a terrible thing. If implemented successfully, the Great Reset will undeniably and deliberately have extreme and possibly dire repercussions for every single one of your constituents. Already, the Great Reset is being widely advertised on posters and in ads across the UK and Europe, and no doubt will be here before too long. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy is just one of their marketing slogans. The plan involves replacing shareholders of big companies with stakeholders who happen to be left-wing bureaucrats and climate change zealots. Replacing mum and dad, small businesses and private enterprises with big tech and big business. Mrs. Kafup's share portfolio is out. Greta Thunberg's zero emissions are in. Democracy and free enterprise go out the window. Totalitarian government control slides in through the back door. But remember, it's not only a great reset, it's a great deception. Because in order to get everyday people to surrender many of the rights and freedoms we currently take for granted, the repeatedly stated aim of these organizations is to deliberately use COVID as an excuse, to use all the political and authoritarian tools, as Prince Charles puts it, that are currently being used around the world to eradicate the virus, such as lockdowns, exclusion zones, forced closure of businesses, heavy fines, making protesting illegal, and so on, but now to eradicate carbon emissions. Those behind this scheme are adamant that there can be and never will be a return to normal, that life will never again be what it was prior to COVID. That is why they constantly talk about the new normal. This is not me saying this. This is them saying it. The people with the power and the means and the obsessional desire to do it. And they keep telling us again and again precisely what they have in store.
Now is the historical moments of time, not only to fight severe virus, but to change the system.
We have a unique but rapidly shrinking window of opportunity to learn lessons and reset ourselves on a more sustainable path. It is an opportunity we have never had before and may never have again. So we must use all the levers we have at our disposal, knowing that each and every one of us has a vital role to play.
The Great Reset is a welcome recognition that this human tragedy must be a wake-up call. It is imperative that we reimagine, rebuild, redesign, reinvigorate and rebalance our world. balancing investment, harnessing science and technology, and advancing the transition to net zero emissions, all elements of the Great Reset, are fundamental to building the future we need.
And if it's still not clear, the book written by World Economic Forum boss Klaus Schwab himself, setting out precisely how the most powerful forces in the world are lining up to use the COVID-19 crisis as a pretext for introducing a new climate change-focused one world economy that will strip away property rights and basic democratic rights. They are not hiding this stuff, they are shouting it from the rooftops. The World Economic Forum boasts on its website that the only acceptable response to the COVID crisis is to pursue a great reset of our economies, our politics,
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
religion is losing its power for control. However, the fanaticism that has arisen due to this decline is particularly helpful to LumaCorp. Our invisible influence in the church has helped bring the Christian fundamentalists out of the background. We control their opinions on current issues through policies designed and written right here at LumaCorp headquarters. They are sent to our ministers, who then preach the Word of God and their interpretations of the Bible to their followers. Their blind faith is used to transform them into willing soldiers to defend our cause during the catastrophes ahead. As the final phase is enacted, we will propagate end-time prophecy to convince them of their convictions. The rise of Islamic fundamentalism works to LumaCorp's advantage as a threat to command violent action. In the coming years, planned terrorist attacks will warrant a full-scale retaliation and initiate the final phase of the Great Plan. Christians will support our actions since they will believe them to be proof of the end times prophesied by LumaCorp's religious leaders. Now that you have a basic understanding of how we work over here at LumaCorp, I would like to introduce you to one of our latest projects, the Control Grid. Since ancient times, it has been the desire of the Illuminati to wield control of the masses below, both to protect us from them and them from themselves. The tools through the ages have been effective, but always blunt and inaccurate. But now, with the release of new technology to the masses, we have the real ability to implement a control grid with finance, industry, government, and military under our strict control. We can safely ship the population into a new world, monitored and controlled by Illuminati. Technology such as the internet, GPS, and RFID chips are pillars of the invisible prison we are erecting around the people. Within the decade, we will have real ID cards that contain criminal records and pertinent information, all linked to federal databases. Cell phones will tell us where each individual is, linked to the same database. Through intelligence agencies and Homeland Security, we will monitor individuals who oppose the Great Plan and remove them from the grid. Quickly, the population will learn if they have a choice: support the system and benefit from its luxuries, or reject it and lose access to the grid. Well, that was quite an overview. I hope it gave you an understanding of our process and basic overall structure here at LumaCorp. Don't worry if you can't remember specific details at the moment. Once assigned to your administrative branch, you will be shown the second LumaCorp training module. Your initiate supervisor will brief you on your specific duties at that point. Also, please review your copy of the Great Plan and the attached code word and symbols booklet. You will need to know the ways we communicate internally through public channels. This concludes Part 1 of the LumaCorp video training module. I wish you the best of luck, and may our plan complete in secrecy. The dawn of a new era is on the horizon, and it will shine gloriously over the new world.
Reopening because they're not at the moment. We will be looking at what contact tracing looks like in the New World Order. And yes, it will be pubs and clubs and other things if we have a positive case there. Our response may be different if we know that people are fully vaccinated. So we're working through a number of those issues, but we will have to reflect and learn.
The virus got it in a home situation, and we'll hear more detail about that in due course. But it is both a safe place and a dangerous place. We must treat this new world order, this new world of COVID, we must treat this new world of COVID, even in our own homes, with a high level of care and caution.
Have you heard about what's happening in Australia? Children are being taken from their parents to go get the shot. Exaggerators for comparing our current reality to 1930s Germany. Are our concerns starting to make sense now? Do you realize that a constant state of emergency only serves as an excuse for global tyranny? How did you think the Holocaust began? Did you think mass genocide starts with public hangings? Or does it start with the systematic disarming and segregation of public citizens? So to those people I ask, are you going to hide your children like they hid the Jews? Australia is now the test model for this martial law to be rolled out globally. Rather than locking down 100% of the population for an illness with a 99% survival rate, why don't the 0.2% people that are truly at risk of dying from the virus simply stay home? For all we care, you can wear your 5 cheetah masks, take your 57th booster shot. You don't need a government mandate to be a neurotic recluse. People really need to understand that it is our compliance which is causing this perpetual process of medical tyranny. Let's not forget that the end goal is the V-passport. Without the V-passport, absolute medical fascism cannot be established. Without the passport, they have no leverage over the people. Without the passport, they have no advantage and authority to dictate the basic aspects of our lives. So it's imperative that we understand that it is the passports that are most crucial to initiate the Great Reset. Without a papers, please social credit system in check, the New World Order just falls apart. And if that seems like too much of a conspiracy theory to you, please explain to me why globalist institutions like the World Economic Forum are so excited calling the pandemic an opportunity. An opportunity for what? This whole psychological operation was strategically created to make you exhausted. Exhausted to the point where you give in and take a shot. And it was James Madison who once said that if tyranny and oppression ever come to this land, It will come in the guise of fighting a foreign enemy. And that foreign enemy in the 21st century just happens to come in the form of a foreign pathogen with a 99% survival rate. There is honestly no crueler tyranny than that which is perpetuated under the shield of the greater good for the greater number. So this is really just a friendly reminder that government officials aren't these benevolent leaders with your best interest at heart. They're power-hungry, perhaps semi-human creatures capable of any evil to pursue their sadistic agenda. Freedom and liberty are always just one generation away from becoming extinct. So don't bend, don't break, stand strong, do not comply. This is not about controlling a virus. It's about controlling you.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
third one is the all-powerful News Corp. This company owns many of the most well-known national and regional newspapers, magazines, and TV channels in the US, the UK, and Australia. The shares of News Corp are owned by the American multi-billionaire Rupert Murdoch and by the institutional investors everywhere else. News Corp's sister company is Fox Corporation, which is also one of the most powerful media conglomerates on Earth. Just like News Corp, it is owned by the Murdoch family and the usual investors. Then the Walt Disney Company, a conglomerate of unimaginable dimensions, with many subsidiaries such as Pixar, Marvel, 20th Century, Lucasfilm, ABC, National Geographic, and Hulu. Who are their biggest shareholders? Another powerful media conglomerate is Comcast. This is the parent company of NBC, DreamWorks, Universal, the Sky Group, Focus Features, Xfinity, and many other major media brands. As you would expect, their largest shareholders are Vanguard and BlackRock. I could go on for hours and show that in almost every country on Earth, the local media is in the hands of these kind of conglomerates, which in turn are owned by our institutional investors or by extremely rich and powerful elite families.
The Lumacorp's control of the American military is another impressive tool in our possession. We have nurtured these institutions lavishly to serve as the prototype for our global police force. When ready, our technology and manpower will dominate those who oppose the coming new world order. By utilizing American patriotism, we have fostered in the American soldier the philosophy of peace through superior force. When the time is right, we will migrate that mentality towards the belief in a global government who must protect all people through superior force. We have used the American military-industrial complex to build the arsenal necessary to instigate the final cleansing outlined in Lumacorp's Great Plan. Our primary target will be Islamic nations who will never submit to our Western-centric domination. They also hold much of the remaining oil reserve of the planet. Lumacorp must own that precious resource, as it is crucial in maintaining our domination over the countries of the world. Through Lumacorp's enormous federal funding of the military, we can develop new forms of warfare and population reduction. The public can't imagine what we were in the process of developing. Soon, even the weather will be a weapon under our control. We will be able to create droughts, floods, hurricanes, and even tsunamis with no fingerprints. The political system of America has been under direct control of the Lumacorp for some time. It was actually a relatively easy acquisition, and has been even easier to manage. Politicians know of our unspoken agreements, and will do anything to stay in power. A two-party system benefits the Lumacorp, in that it reduces all issues to a black and white debate. Through aside, using each where necessary to support our goals. Due to a diminishing faith in the system among the public, Illumicorp has designed a rogue candidate program to provide a voice for the dispossessed. This disperses the impetus for dissent among those who do not feel represented by our candidates and builds a database of potential dissidents. Century, Illumicorp took a serious interest in public education. Our Supreme Council realized that by creating a private organization to dictate curriculum at the federal level, children could be conditioned to obedience on a mass scale. In the interest of promoting Illumicorp principles in the classroom, hundreds of millions of dollars were invested to create the General Education Board in 1902. The result of doing this is evident today. The doctrines of public education have transformed recent generations into a weaker, more docile mass. Through meticulously planned curriculum, we have control over the process by which the average child learns. Thus, we can mold them into obedient workers who are conditioned to accept the implementation of the great plan. In addition, Illumicorp has set up many associations, including the American Historical Association, that determine and uphold the official view of history. Knowledge is power, so we must at all costs be the authors of the truth. By writing history to suit our interests, dissenting voices cannot gain ground, and we can vastly influence culture to achieve our prime objective. Desired attitudes about our future agenda. Through news, entertainment, and advertising, we can program a variety of emotions and responses into the collective unconscious. In the past, we were limited entirely to print media, but now we have multiple mediums to utilize in programming and conditioning the masses. With cable news, we have directed the public to a more entertainment-based consumption of world events, infotainment. This medium is far more effective at subliminal reinforcement of desired attitudes towards our objectives. For instance, we are currently instilling a sense of duty towards environmental issues. With our growing control of the weather through HAARP and chemtrails, we will scare the public into accepting our global protection agendas. We will then phase into the great cleansing which must occur to return the global population to a manageable size. We reinforce the desired norm through advertising, creating a model for people to live up to that is virtually impossible. The result is an incomplete, desperate individual seeking acceptance. In reality television game shows, we repeat the pattern of individual survival versus group survival. This breaks down the idea of community and breeds individuals who seek only their self-interest. With a public that is constantly suspicious and scheming, we maintain the status quo of a divided population that never thinks to look up. Religion has served its purpose incredibly well. It is the oldest and perhaps the broadest form of social control utilized by Lunacore. With religion, there is a written code of conduct that must be followed. The authors of the Holy Scriptures knew quite well how to lace that code with commands to maintain their dominance over the population. This system has survived through millennia to hold the flock together and bring us to today.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
report finding George Soros, the liberal activist billionaire, gave hundreds of millions of dollars to groups behind yesterday's Day Without a Woman protest, and are the same groups who marched against President Trump the day after his inauguration.
George Soros, the billionaire financier, says he understands anti-bank protests that started in New York and have spread across the United States.
We'll move on. Its website calls for people to rally against the president-elect. It apparently has ties to billionaire investor and Clinton supporter George Soros, too. That's, in fact, according to emails, if you look back to 2008, released by WikiLeaks from Clinton's campaign chairman, John Podesta, to George Soros. The fact they gave tips on how to steer American voters.
So if you still think these Black Bloc and Antifa protests are natural, organic eruptions of, outrage, think again. It's just not true. They're paid.
Clinton Foundation.
Thousands of government-sponsored experiments did take place at hospitals, universities, and military bases around our nation. The goal was to understand the effects of radiation exposure on the human body. While most of the tests were ethical by any standards, some were unethical, not only by today's standards, but by the standards of the time in which they were conducted. They failed both the test of our national values and the test of humanity. Informed consent means your doctor tells you the risk of the treatment you're about to undergo. In too many cases, informed consent was withheld. Americans were kept in the dark about the effects of what was being done to them. The deception extended beyond the test subjects themselves to encompass their families and the American people as a whole. For these experiments were kept secret, and they were shrouded not for a compelling reason of national security, but for the simple fear of embarrassment, and that was wrong. So today, on behalf of another generation of American leaders and another generation of American citizens, the United States of America offers a sincere apology to those of our citizens who were subjected to these experiments, to their families, and to their communities.
Introduction to give you an idea of the size of these types of foundations. According to the official website of the World Economic Forum, The Gates Foundation is the largest funder of the World Health Organization, after President Donald Trump halted the funding of the WHO by the US in 2020. This makes the Gates Foundation one of the most influential organizations in the world in the area of everything that relates to our health. The Gates Foundation is a close partnership with the 16 largest pharmaceutical companies in the world, including Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, BioNTech, and Bayer. And we have just seen who own the most shares of these companies. Bill Gates was anything but a poor computer nerd who made it to one of the richest people in the world. But he came from a philanthropic family that, just like himself, worked for the absolute elite. Bill is the founder of Microsoft, which is owned by BlackRock, Vanguard, and until recently, Berkshire Hathaway. But at the same time, the Gates Foundation is the largest shareholder after BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street in Berkshire Hathaway, where he was even on the board for a while. We would spend hours if we considered everything the Gates Foundation, the Open Society Foundation of George Soros, and the Clinton Foundation are involved in. But because they connect us with the next topic and with the current events, this brief introduction was important. Viacom CBS is the parent company of, among others, all CBS channels, Paramount, where the most famous movies and series in the world come from, MTV, Comedy Central, Nickelodeon, popular British Channel 5, and the popular Australian 10. Guess who the largest shareholders of Viacom CBS are? Netflix and Amazon Prime, both of which belong to the same shareholders. Then AT&T, which is the parent company of Warner Brothers, HBO, Discovery Channel, CNN.
Keeping them honest tonight, potentially hundreds of military employees and contractors who may have bought child pornography online but haven't been prosecuted or even in some cases investigated. That's right, you heard me, child pornography. As many as 1,700 names, according to a U.S. Senator, on a list of 5,200 from an internet sting operation overlooked the first time around 4 years ago. Only now are they supposedly getting a second look, and only after pressure from investigative reporters.
This was unearthed by a researcher. At Wellesley College. What she found is that in the 1940s, doctors at the U.S. Public Health Service, a part of the U.S. government, were interested in studying syphilis and penicillin. They had penicillin. They weren't quite sure how well it worked. It was in the early days of penicillin. So they went to Guatemala and they found some prostitutes with syphilis, and they arranged for the prostitutes to have sex with prisoners in jail and also with patients who were in a mental hospital to infect those patients and then give them penicillin to see if it worked. Now, sometimes the patients didn't get sick, so what they did was and this is really horrible, they took their arms and their penises and would abrade them, would sort of rough them up and pour the bacteria onto that skin. And then when that didn't work, they would sometimes just inoculate into the spine. They would do a spinal puncture and give the syphilis that way. And then they would try the penicillin to see how it worked. And let me read a little bit from the apology. It's just coming, today.
Hang on, this is the U.S. government we're talking about.
Correct.
Human guinea pigs.
Human guinea pigs,
All right.
sponsored by the U.S. government.
Cartoon Network, TNT, DC, and many other well-known brands. Guess who the largest shareholders of A?
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
next epidemic hits?
Well, one, we should definitely open up the schools, and we need to stop listening to Dr. Fauci, who is funded by Bill and Melinda Gates. And all of your listeners know this, I know this, you know this, we all know this. But Jeffrey Epstein's not a good man, and Bill Gates spent a lot of time with Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. So I don't think we should be listening to a pedophile for how to treat our kids. Period.
From the New York Times sheds light on the connection between Microsoft founder Bill Gates and the late Jeffrey Epstein. After Gates' name came up in connection with Epstein and MIT Media Lab, Gates gave a statement to the Wall Street Journal where he insisted he did not have any business relationship or friendship with Epstein. But new reporting from the New York Times outlines numerous meetings between Gates and Epstein and a conversation with Bill and Melinda Gates' foundation, a connection between their foundation and JP Morgan to set up a charitable fund that would financially benefit Epstein. Gates says, no relationship, nada, nothing. You report these two men met at least 6 times. What does Gates say about that?
Well, I believe there were more, and he and his spokespeople would not say how many in total they actually met. But this included visits to the mansion, seeing each other in Seattle, flying on Epstein's plane, when we all know Bill Gates has his own $40 million plane.
And Alan Dershowitz was also implicated in it because of the planes. She told me everything. She had pictures. She had everything. She was in hiding for 12 years. We convinced her to come out. We convinced her to talk to us. It was unbelievable what we had. Clinton. We had everything.
And tonight he's charged with having and trading a massive amount of child pornography. KIRO 7's Gary Horker is live near the Gates compound in Medina. And Gary, this man worked as an engineer for the family.
That's what SPD and intelligence found out, Steve. They found out that the man actually worked for the Bill and Melinda Gates mansion on the grounds of their sprawling 66,000 square foot estate, and that's where they found him and questioned him last March. The estate is behind us, right on the lakefront here, but this is a few blocks away, and it's as close as their security will allow us to get. But according to King County prosecutors, 51-year-old Rick Allen Jones was questioned by detectives about images of child porn and even child rape that were sent from Jones's home computer. Now, none of this alleged crime actually happened at the Gates mansion, but it was here that Rick Allen Jones admitted to detectives he collected child porn for about 10 years, sending images through his Gmail account. Now, while Jones was talking to detectives at the Gates estate, 3 more SPD detectives had a search warrant to search Jones's Ballard apartment. There, they say they found more than 6,000 images of graphic child porn and rape, 133 of which were children identified by police. We tried Jones's apartment for comment. We got no response. We also reached out to Bill and Melinda Gates' foundation, and we did not hear back. So, in fact, we do not know if he's been fired by the Gates' family. Another mystery into this is why Jones was never jailed or charged by these allegations up until now. The investigation started here at the Gates Foundation, the Gates Mansion, in March, and the criminal complaint, which I have right here, says he has to show up in court and face a judge in the coming days. So we're going to keep track of this. We're digging into the charges. We'll keep you posted on the latest. Live from the lakefront in Medina tonight, I'm Gary Horker, KIRO 7 Eyewitness. News.
It takes years to build a new vaccine. But the scientific idea of these new platforms could radically change that, so that a lot of the steps are sitting there ready. The factory piece, understanding the regulatory piece. You just have to plug in some information, do some quick safety profiles, and then you can get into manufacturing quite rapidly. Well, we need vaccines for a lot of things, not just epidemics. We need a HIV vaccine, a tuberculosis vaccine, a malaria vaccine. All of those things are in the works, and over the next decade, I think most of those we'll get solutions for.
The world's wealthiest man. The target was Microsoft Chairman Bill Gates, arriving for a meeting with community leaders. Watch what
him first with a pie in the face.
They've been injured by Big Pharma. I don't care how big this corporate machine looks. As a parent, I can tell you, these people will never stop fighting for their kids.
Bill Gates is either the most misunderstood man alive or one of the most convincing con men to ever live. Is he a benevolent hero or a malevolent opportunist? Personally, I would love to believe that one of the richest men in the world is giving away his fortune for the betterment of humanity. I want to believe that endearing smile. I want to believe that his heart is as soft and warm as his sweaters. At the very least, I want to believe that he's unaware of the damage he's done.
When do you think life will fully return to what we thought of as normal back in January? No masks, no social distancing, no other protective measures necessary.
Certainly by the summer, we'll be way closer to normal than we are now. But even through early 2022, unless we help other countries get rid of this disease and we get high vaccination rates in our country, the risk of reintroduction will be there. And of course, the global economy will be slowed down, which hurts America economically in a pretty dramatic way. So we'll have, starting in the summer, about 9 months where a few things like big public gatherings will still be restricted. But we can see now.
The Open Society Foundations of the controversial multi-billionaire George Soros.
Did you know that in 2015, the Rothschilds patented a test for C19? 2015, And here we are, 2021, in July. Old Soros and Gates buying out a C19 testing company right after the FDA said that the PCR test was totally useless. I'm sure
My understanding is that you went out with this protector of yours who swore that you were his adopted godson.
Yes.
Went out, in fact, and helped in the confiscation of property from the Jews.
That's right.
I mean, that sounds like an experience that would send lots of people to the psychiatric couch for many, many years. Was it difficult?
Not at all. Not at all.
financial titans and philanthropists of the 20th century, none are more complex or mysterious than George Soros. Like Carnegie, J.P. Morgan, and the Rockefellers, he amassed billions through ruthless business decisions, only to turn around and give away most of his fortune to advance his own personal philosophy. He can move world financial markets simply by voicing an opinion, or destabilize a government by buying and selling its currency. He also pledged more aid last year to help people in Russia than the U.S. government did. But now George Soros is worried. He thinks the global economy is coming apart at the seams, and that the world needs to be protected from people like George Soros.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
Tonight, as our troops begin to come home, let us recognize that the hard work of freedom still calls us forward. We've learned the hard lessons of history. The victory over Iraq was not waged as a war to end all wars. Even the New World Order cannot guarantee an era of perpetual peace, but enduring peace must be our mission. Our success in the Gulf will shape not only the New World Order we seek, but our mission here at home. In the war just ended, there were clear-cut objectives, timetables, and above all, an overriding imperative to achieve results. We must bring that same sense of self-discipline, that same sense of urgency to the way we meet challenges here at home.
Threat. In fact, it could be said that it's a matter of life and death.
Rumsfeld promised change, but the next day, the world changed. And in the rush to fund the war on terrorism, the war on waste seems to have been forgotten.
My 03 budget calls for more than $48 billion in new defense spending.
More money for the Pentagon when its own auditors admit the military cannot account for 25% of what it already spends.
According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions.
2.3 trillion with a T. That's $8,000 for every man, woman, and child in America.
These families never lost their power, but because of an increasing world population, they were forced to hide behind investment companies such as Vanguard, whose largest shareholders are the private funds and non-profit organizations of these families. To make the bigger picture more clear, I need to briefly explain something about these non-profit organizations. These are the links that connect the business community with politics and the media, allowing major conflicts of interest. At first glance, however, this is not too noticeable. Non-profits, also called foundations, are organizations that rely on donations, and they do not have to publish from whom they receive those donations. They can invest this money in whatever they want, and do not have to pay tax on their profits as long as those profits are reinvested in other projects that they are involved in. Non-profits can move hundreds of billions of dollars from invisible investors. According to a report by the Australian government, this makes non-profit organizations ideal to finance terrorist groups and launder large sums of money. Foundations influence of the families who are highest in the hierarchy of the 1% hide behind the scenes as much as possible. However, for cases that have a lot of publicity and attention, they use the foundations of philanthropist families that are lower in the ranking but who are also extremely wealthy. In order to be concise, I will only highlight the 3 most important foundations in the world that connect all the industries in the world to each other. These are the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation,
In 1998, Dr. Zabin became the founding director of the Bill and Melinda Gates Institute for Population Control, with a mission to help developing countries create their own reproductive health policies and programs.
Probably one of these numbers is going to have to get pretty near to 0. Now that's... back from high school algebra. Let's take a look. First, we've got population. The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
These sound concerning. We looked. After the second dose, at least 80% of participants experienced a systemic side effect, ranging from severe chills to fevers. So, are these vaccines safe?
Well, the FDA, not being pressured, will look hard at that. The FDA is the gold standard of regulators, and their current guidance on this, if they stick with that, is very, very appropriate. And you know, the side effects were not super severe. That is, it didn't cause permanent health problems for the things there. Moderna did have to go with a fairly high dose, and so to get the antibodies. Some of the other vaccines are able to go with lower doses to get responses that are pretty high, including the J&J and the Pfizer. And so there's a lot of characteristics of these vaccines. It's great that we have multiple of them that are going out there. Yes, I think
you know the data better than I do. But the data showed that everybody with a high dose had a side effect.
Yeah, but some of that is not dramatic, where it's just super painful. But yes, we need to make sure there's not severe side effects. The FDA think.
An epidemic, either naturally caused or intentionally caused, is the most likely thing to cause, say, 10 million excess deaths, either naturally caused or intentionally caused. A
lot of things that are going very well, things like reducing childhood death and improving the nutrition. So, travel to Africa, meet with scientists. We see a lot of things that are going very well. Things like reducing childhood death, improving the nutrition. So
Gates has helped to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. Well, today at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, he announced that his project called CEPI, or the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, has $460 million. He sat down with CBS News to talk about how that money will go to preparing for the next great epidemic.
The idea is to take a new way of building vaccines that could let us develop in less than a year a novel vaccine. They're called DNA-RNA vaccines, and so we'll fund a few projects to build specific vaccines, but not only will we get that, we'll prove out that these platforms can work, we'll understand regulatory issues, and it gives us a chance of being able to respond in time when the next...
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
when Alumicorp goes public, corporatism is the foundation for world government. Conglomerates will merge into one cohesive corporation that is responsible only to Alumicorp and the needs of its global employment force.
Forbes, the most well-known business magazine in the world, claims that by March 2020 there were some 2,075 billionaires. Oxfam's report showed that 2/3 of all these billionaires obtained their fortune through inheritances and monopolies. So this means that Vanguard is in the hands of the richest families on Earth. If we study their history, we discover that these families have always belonged to the top of the pyramid, some even well before the Industrial Revolution began. Their history is so interesting and extensive, I will explain some more about them in the follow-up video that I'm currently working.
Let's have a look at the visible top of the power pyramid. There we have the Rothschild family. In short, this family owned most of the world. They own each and every central bank. They own the Federal Reserve. They control the International Monetary Fund. They control the World Health Organization. They financed both parties of every war since the war against Napoleon. They financed the Bolshevik Revolution. They financed Hitler and the Nazis. They financed the production of IBM's punching machines for an efficient prosecution of the Jews by the Nazis. And they had equities in Exxon and IG Farben, the dealers of Zyklon B gas for the Nazi gas chambers. The estimated net worth of the Rothschild family is $500 billion. When you have that much money and power, you can poke the chest of the Crown Prince of Great Britain like he's your bitch. And when you oppose their power and try to stop them from taking over your banking system by setting up a central bank in your country that loans money to you at insane interest rates that you can never pay back, so that your country becomes the eternal slave to the Rothschild banking system, as happened to every country around the world, you are either ousted or killed. Your country will be invaded and blown to smithereens in the name of democracy, supported by the mainstream media that portrays you as a dictator. The same applies to those who refuse to accept the almighty US petrodollar. Oh, and there's much more, but we'll leave that for another time.
Okay guys, check this out. Go to pubchem.com, the government website. It gives a lot of information about all the different viruses and everything that the government tests and all that kind of jazz. When you get there, go right there where it says COVID-19. Click on that. Scroll down a little bit. It's the second name. I'm actually sorry. Click right there, that blue bar that says compounds. That'll drop down a menu. All the way at the bottom where it says patents. Yep. Patents for the COVID-19. Second name down. Look at that name. Rothschild. I think we all know who that is. Right? He's got a patent on the system and method for testing for COVID. When was that patent created? Look there, 2015.
Ignorance towards the federal income tax is a testament to how dumbed down and oblivious the American population really is. First of all, the federal income tax is completely unconstitutional, as it is a direct, unapportioned tax. All direct taxes have to be apportioned to be legal based on the Constitution. Secondly, the required number of states in order to ratify the amendment to allow the income tax was never met, and this has even been cited in modern court cases. Third, at the present day, roughly 25% of the average worker's income is taken via this tax. And guess where that money goes? It goes to pay the interest on the currency being produced by the fraudulent Federal Reserve Bank, a system that does not have to exist at all. The money you make working almost 3 months out of the year goes almost literally into the pockets of the international bankers who own the private Federal Reserve.
But in order not to elaborate too far, I will just point out that many of these families belong to royal bloodlines, and they are the founders of our banking system.
Female attorney I knew called me up one day and said, one of the Rockefellers would like to meet you. I made a video called Mad as Hell, and he'd seen the video and wanted to meet me. I knew I was running for governor of Nevada. Sure, love to meet him. And I met him, and I liked him, and he was a very, very smart man. And we used to talk and share ideas and thoughts. And he's the one who told me 11 months before 9/11 ever happened that there was going to be an event. He never told me what the event was going to be. That there was going to be an event, and out of that event, we would invade Afghanistan. We run pipelines from the Caspian Sea. We were going to invade Iraq. Take over the oil fields, establish a base in the Middle East, and make it all part of the New World Order.
That day, and when I saw Building 7 come down, to me,
it fell within 7 seconds approximately, from top to bottom. This building was built in the mid-'80s and met all the codes at the time.
The fact that it looks like a perfect controlled demolition of an intact building.
John. D. Rockefeller Jr. established the Rockefeller dynasty in population control back in 1913 with the foundation of the Bureau of Social Hygiene, and later began financing the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute of Anthropology, Human Hereditary, and Eugenics, which conducted eugenics experiments in Nazi Germany with Rockefeller money. After the end of World War II, eugenics had lost momentum in the U.S. due to the open Nazi support for the program, and was rebranded as things such as molecular biology with the help from people like Julian Huxley, who has extensive ties to the United Nations. and through sustainable development, with the support of the Rockefellers and Rothschilds. Published at Bloomberg, which of course is owned by the same presidential candidate and head of the financial task force covered earlier in this report, recently published a report claiming that 11,000 top global scientists urgently declared that the Earth needs fewer people to avoid climate crisis. Now, when you actually look at the document, it's really only about 2,000 scientists who supposedly signed this. And I wouldn't doubt that. When you see how the Rockefeller family has taken over universities across the country and installed their own like-minded people, it's not too far-fetched to think that they could get a couple thousand scientists to sign this. Now, once you have a greater understanding of what the agenda actually is, as presented in this report,
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
These institutional investors are, as I told you earlier, mainly investment companies, banks, and insurance companies. They are in turn also owned by shareholders. Now, what is the most amazing thing? All of these institutional investors own each other's shares, and together they form an immense network that we can compare to a pyramid. Smaller institutional investors are owned by larger investors, who in turn belong to even larger investors. The visible top of this pyramid consists of only two companies, and we have seen their names many times by now.
All people are aware of class. To them, society is made up of the rich, the middle, and the poor. The one thing that all three classes don't understand is that the pyramid continues upward. There is a detached hidden capstone made up of an elite board of directors who own and manage Illumicorp. The three classes below, in essence, become the assets and resources of Illumicorp. Divided into various administrative branches, but each branch has the same 5 levels in their hierarchy. You will begin at the bottom, in the initiate category. As such, your role will be to make sure that your orders are carried out through the sub-corporations and institutions controlled by Illumicorp. You will be placed in plain sight, at the head of a company or institution in the public sector, to carry out the plans delivered from above. Remember, your role is very important. You will be the face of Illumicorp to the outside world. You are our connection to the masses below. Never speak publicly about your orders or your masters.
They are Vanguard and BlackRock. The power of these two companies is something we can barely imagine. Not only are they the largest institutional investors of every major company on Earth, they also own the other institutional investors of those companies, giving them a complete monopoly. According to a report by Bloomberg, one of the most respected institutions in the world in the field of financial data and analytics, experts expect that by 2028, both companies will collectively manage about $20 trillion in investments, and in the process will own almost everything on Earth. same Bloomberg called BlackRock the fourth arm of government, because it is the only non-government entity that has a close relationship with the federal banks, also called the central banks. BlackRock not only lends money to the federal banks, but is also their principal advisor and the developer of the computer system that the federal banks use. Dozens of BlackRock employees had senior positions in the White House during the Bush and the Obama administrations, and currently under Joe Biden. BlackRock CEO Larry Fink is a welcome guest with many heads of state and politicians, and understandably so. He's the face of the company that pulls the strings. Yet Larry Fink does not pull the strings himself. In fact, BlackRock itself is owned by shareholders. And if we look at who those shareholders are, we come to a strange conclusion. We see that BlackRock's largest shareholder is Vanguard, and this is where it gets dark. Vanguard itself has a unique structure that makes it impossible to see who its shareholders or clients are. The elite who own Vanguard don't want anyone to know that they are the owners of the most powerful company on Earth. But of course, this is no secret to those who are willing to look into it. Reports by Oxfam and Bloomberg show that 1% of the world's population collectively owns more money than the other 99%. Indeed, Oxfam claims that as much as 82% of all the money earned in 2017 went to this 1% of people. Naturally, those who own the most powerful company on Earth would also be the richest among this 1%. In other words, they are part of the 0.001%.
This is potentially Lumacorp's most effective instrument for control. Through international banking, we manipulate the fate of all countries. We've introduced many institutions, such as the IMF and WTO, that work in our favor to impoverish disobedient nations. Always remember, debt is a powerful weapon against countries that don't share Lumacorp's vision. Perhaps our greatest achievement in banking is the Federal Reserve System. It is a collection of international banks owned by Lumacorp members and financiers. It was created to form a centralized banking system through the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, an act that was indeed penned by some of the most esteemed members. Many of you might still assume that the government itself prints and issues the currency. That is not the case. When America needs money, they go to our boys and ask for it. The money is printed, but it is only representative of a loan. Interest accrues on that dollar until it is paid back to the Fed. In fact, the federal taxes paid by the American population go almost entirely to paying off its debt. So you see, Lumacorp derives a healthy amount of its operation funding directly from the debt of the public. Needless to say, this is one of our most crucial sources of funding, and one of our proudest achievements here at Illumicorp. Through mergers and acquisitions, we have slowly and silently bought up the majority of U.S. industry. Illumicorp and its members own most of the oil, transport, banking, media, food and communications industries in America and abroad. Through fewer and fewer conglomerates, we are able to effect with great precision the machinations of labor and government. Ultimately, corporations will replace government as a centralized international body that can meet the needs of the public worldwide without the chaos created by national self-interest.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
Actual life hack. If you'd like to know how much an app or your phone can learn about you just from giving it access to your camera, this is what it looks like. This is my camera, not even recording. This is in real time, and it's identifying everything in the image. If this is news to you, please throw me a like or a follow. It'd be greatly appreciated. I'll try to bring more content like this.
Let's see who owns the most shares of these powerful companies. If we look at Facebook, we see that more than 80% of the shares are owned by institutional investors. These are the same names we saw in the food industry. Again, the same investors at the top. Then Twitter, which with Facebook and Instagram makes up the top. Amazingly, we see that the company is also owned by the same investors. We see them at Apple, also with their big competitor, Microsoft. When we look at all the other companies that dominate the technology industry and build our computers, TVs, smartphones, household appliances, we see the same big investors who own the majority of the shares. We see this within all industries around the world. And just to show you that I'm not exaggerating, I'll give you another example. Let's say we want to plan a vacation. On our computer or smartphone, we look for a cheap flight to the sun through websites like Skyscanner and Expedia. Both belong to the same group of institutional investors. We fly with one of the many airlines, of which the majority of the shares are often owned by the same investors or by governments, like Air France-KLM. The aircraft we fly is in most cases a Boeing or an Airbus. Again, we see the same names. We look for a hotel or an apartment on Booking.com or Airbnb.com. Once we arrive at our destination, we go out for dinner, then we write a review on TripAdvisor. The same investors are at the basis of every aspect of our journey. Goes even much further, because even the kerosene that fuels the plane comes from one of their many oil companies and refineries. Just like the steel the plane is made of comes from one of their many mining companies. This small club of investment companies, banks and mutual funds are also the largest shareholders in the primary industries, where raw materials come from. If we look on Wikipedia for the largest mining companies in the world, we see that their shareholders are the same institutional investors we see everywhere else. same goes for the largest agricultural companies in the world that our entire food industry depends on. For example, they own Bayer, the parent company of Monsanto, the world's largest seed producer, which produces 90% of all the cotton seed on Earth, as well as the majority of all other seeds.
Continuing the series about the truth about our food supply that Bayer, aka Monsanto, doesn't want us to know about. So this is probably one of the most disturbing papers I've read to date. They exposed one female mouse to glyphosate, the active ingredient in Roundup, and studied its children. Grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and they found that F-Zero mom lived a normal life, but each subsequent generation had a dramatic increase of disease. And this is after F-Zero mom was only exposed during pregnancy. No other mouse had exposure to glyphosate. They found an explosion of ovary disease, kidney disease, birth abnormalities, tripling of cancer rates, and a 4 times increase of obesity and multiple chronic diseases. Translate this to our generation, if you're a millennial, our moms would have been the pregnant women in the 90s, and each subsequent generation would have more disease until the children born in 2050. Think about the implications. Please go read this paper and share this to anyone you care about. I have more to say about this, but I'm running out of time, so
But these institutional investors are also the shareholders of the largest textile manufacturing companies in the world, and even the numerous popular clothing brands that turn the cotton into the clothes we wear are owned by the same group of investors. Whether we have the world's largest solar panel producers or the largest oil refineries, the shares are managed by the same companies. They own the tobacco companies, who produce all the popular tobacco brands in the world. But they also own all the major companies in the pharmaceutical industry and the scientific institutes that produce the drugs. They own the companies that produce our metals and raw materials. The entire automobile, aircraft, and arms industry where those metals or raw materials are processed. They own the companies that build our electronics. They own the big department stores and online marketplaces. And even the payment methods that we use to pay for their projects. Because I want to keep my story as short as possible, I've decided to only show the tip of the iceberg. If you decide to investigate on your own, using the sources that you've just seen, you will discover that even many of the most well-known insurance companies, banks, construction companies, telephone companies, restaurant chains.
Hey, you! Did you know that McDonald's French fries had this ingredient in them? I knew they were bad, but I did not know that they were this bad.
Very common defect of russet Burbank potatoes called net necrosis. And you've seen potatoes with a little brown line sometimes, or spots through it. Well, McDonald's won't buy them if your potatoes have that. And the only way to eliminate that is to eliminate an aphid. And the only way to do that is with a pesticide called Monitor that is so toxic that the farmers who grow these potatoes in Idaho won't venture outside into their fields for 5 days after they spray. And then when they harvest their potatoes, they have to put them in these atmosphere-controlled sheds the size of a football stadium because they're not edible for 6 weeks. They have to off-gas all the chemicals in them.
Cosmetic brands are owned by the same institutional investors we just saw.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
to as a new world order that has been decades in the making?
Conspiracy can deal with exposure. Once the truth is out and the people understand, then they have problems. And I am saying that the power of any government is in people. If you understand that symbols and emblems and things that we see every day are like the letters of an alphabet, if you put them together, they tell a story. If you understand, wake up, and understand that we are not in a benevolent government, that Plato said the price good people pay for non-involvement in public affairs is to be ruled by evil men.
You and I finish? I'm leaving the country again. Why? Because in a very short time, not today, not tomorrow, but very soon, we'll be facing compulsory vaccination under the mistaken term of voluntary vaccination.
Now, Jesse Ventura exposes the secret society of elite power brokers that pulls the strings and calls the shots.
Talking about the control of absolutely everything on the planet.
It's not a fantasy. They mate in plain sight. Only no one knows what goes on behind closed doors.
They say nothing to describe it.
I need you to move off the property. We're being kept well back from the building.
Until now. They control the money. They control the purse strings. They control the world. They control the food. They're poisoning our people. They even decide who will live and who will die.
They want you dead, Governor.
Why? And their most lethal plot may be underway right now.
The idea is to target the human immune system. They're out to kill me.
Jesse Ventura confronts the most powerful and ruthless conspiracy yet. The group that runs the world. The ones who want you dead. The Bilderbergs and the global death plot.
What if I told you that companies so powerful on the planet today that it affects almost every single aspect of our lives? A company that is so rich that they hold more assets than the GDP of every single country in the world except for two. A company that is the single largest investor in the destruction of our planet's forests and the largest money contributor to the fossil fuels industry. And what if I also told you that it's very likely you are responsible for the funding of this company, allowing it to do what it does? And even if you tried your absolute hardest, it would almost be impossible for you to stop giving them money. The scary fact is that this company does exist, and you have most likely never heard its name before.
So if you haven't had your mind blown in a while, I am about to blow.
How does it work? Let's take as an example a company like BLACKFLIP, which is a parent company for many of the most popular soft drinks and snacks in the world. There appear to be many different competing brands, but they all come from the factories of a small number of corporations that together have a monopoly on the industry. Within the packaged food industry, there are a number of other major companies, such as Unilever, the Coca-Cola Company, BLACKFLIP, and Nestlé. On this image, you see that virtually every well-known brand in the packaged food industry belongs to one of these corporations. You can easily get this kind of information. You can verify it on the websites of the relevant brands or on Wikipedia. Companies of this size are usually publicly traded and have a board where the largest shareholders call the shots. On websites like Yahoo Finance, you can find detailed company information, including who the largest shareholders of these businesses are. Let's take PepsiCo again as an example. We see that 73 or 14% of the shares are held by no less than 3,379 institutional investors. These include investment companies, mutual funds, insurance companies, banks, and in some cases, governments. Let's look at who the largest institutional investors of PepsiCo are. As you can see, just 10 out of the 3,379 investors account for almost 1/3 of all shares. The combined share capital of these top 10 has a value of approximately $60 billion. But of those 10 investors, 3 own more shares than the remaining 7. Let's remember their names, and let's see who owns the most shares at the Coca-Cola Company, Pepsi's big competitor. We see that just like with PepsiCo, the majority of the shares are held by institutional investors. Let's look at the top 10 and start with the last one of them. 4 out of these 6 institutional investors we also saw at the last 6 of PepsiCo. These are Norton Trust, JP Morgan Chase, Geody Capital Management, and Wellington Management. Now, let's look at the 4 largest shareholders. 3 of these we also saw in the top 4 at PepsiCo. BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. And there's another one, Berkshire Hathaway. These are the 4 largest investment companies on the planet. PepsiCo and Coca-Cola are anything but competitors. But also, the other big companies own many brands, such as Unilever, BLACKFLIP, and Nestlé, are owned by the same small group of institutional investors. And you don't only find these names in the packaged food industry. For example, let's look up on Wikipedia what the largest companies are within the technology industry. Facebook owns WhatsApp and Instagram. Together with Twitter, they form the most popular social media platforms in the world. Alphabet is the parent company of all Google businesses, including YouTube and Gmail, but they are also the biggest sponsors and developers of Android, one of the two operating systems on which almost all smartphones and tablets in the world run. The other operating system is Apple's iOS. Finally, if we add Microsoft to the other three, we see that 4 companies produce the software that all computers, tablets, and smartphones in the world depend on.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-On, direct to the forehead. Head-On, direct to the forehead. Direct to the forehead. Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-On, direct to the forehead. Head-On, direct to the forehead. Head-On, direct to the forehead. Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-On, directly to the forehead. Head-On, directly to the forehead. Head-On, directly to the forehead. Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-On, directly to the forehead. Head-On, directly to the forehead. Head-On, Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-On, Head-On, Head-On. Head-On is available without a prescription at Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-On, prescription direct to the organ. Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-On, prescription. Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-On, direct to the organ.
Seeing actually nationally and globally. This does take the problem seeing nationally and globally. This does take the problem seeing nationally and globally. People being harassed with a severe pre-advanced technological forms of surveillance that not only can download pre-advanced technological forms of surveillance that not only can download pre-advanced technological forms of surveillance that not only can download thoughts, experiences, and hallucinations and voices in your head. Uploadable and downloadable by the screen. How the human mind is uploadable and downloadable. How the human mind is like a computer, using these various frequencies and electromagnetic. Like a computer, using various frequencies and electromagnetic. Like a computer, using various frequencies and electromagnetic. Kinetic weapons. And as you know, there was an article written called The Mind That
Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-On, Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-On, prescription direct to the organ. Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-On, direct to the organ. Head-on, direct to the organ. Head-on, direct to the organ. Head-on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-on, Head-on,
chip up the kind of perfectly. So most of this is being done without a chip. Contract and chip up the kind of perfectly. So most of this is being done without a chip. Chip up the kind of perfectly. So most of this is being done without a chip. Chip up. Most of this is being done without a chip. People think you have to be chipped to be tracked, and with this technology, it's actually tracked. People think you have to be chipped to be tracked, and with this technology, it's actually tracked. People think you have to be chipped to be tracked, and with this technology, it's fingerprint or individuality in your individual brain phase. Fingerprint or individuality in your individual brain phase. Chipping is the rarity. Most of the people, we can't find any evidence of chipping, yet they're still being not only with hearing voices in their head, hearing voices of the predators in their surroundings, but being a
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
manipulations, lies, and hidden agendas that's been thrown at us from certain societies, organisations, and we're here to tell you about one or two of those today. We're actually at Bernard Shaw's house, and most of you know Bernard Shaw because he was a playwright. It's a play such as St. Joe. But there's another side of Bernard Shaw that a lot of you don't know, and that's his membership of the Fabian Society. And we're here to tell you little about that side of his life and who the Fabian Society represents. I just want to read you a little quote here. This from the British Catholic Family News. It's a news service of the National Association of Catholic Families, and this article appeared in the American Catholic Weekly, The Wanderer, December 11th, 2008. And it is with permission of the author. Writing in 1992 in Fidelio magazine, the Frankfurt School in Political Correctness, Michael Minicino observed how the heirs of Marcuse and Adorno now completely dominate the universities, teaching their own students to replace reason with politically correct ritual exercises. There are very few theoretical books on arts, letters, or language published today in the United States or Europe which do not openly acknowledge their most negative, destructive criticism possible of every sphere of life, which would be designed to destabilize society and bring down what they saw as the oppressive order. Their policies, they hoped, would spread like a virus, continuing the work of the Western Marxists by other means, as one of their members noted. To further the advance of their quiet cultural revolution, but giving us no idea about their plans for the future, the school recommended, above other things, 1. The creation of racism offences. 2. The continual change to create confusion. 3. The teaching of sex and homosexuality to children. 4. The undermining of schools and teachers' authority. 5. Huge immigration to destroy identity. 6. The promotion of excessive drinking. 7. Emptying the churches. 8. An unreliable legal system with bias against victims of crime. 9. Dependency on the state or state benefits. 10. Control and dumbing down of media. 11. Encouraging the breakdown of the family. One of the main ideas of the Frankfurt School was to exploit Freud's idea of transsexualism, the search for pleasure, the exploitation of the differences between the sexes, the overthrowing of traditional relationships between men and women. To further their aims, they said they would attack the authority of the father, deny the specific roles of father and mother,
and wrest away from families their rights to as primary educators of their children. Abolish differences in the education of boys and girls. Abolish all forms of male dominance, hence the presence of women in the armed forces. Declare women to be an oppressed class and men as oppressors. Munzenberg summed up the Frankfurt School's long-term operation thus: "We will make the West so corrupt that it's..." And I'm sure that you can recognise a lot of that agenda going on right now, today, and present.
You started off talking about the Frankfurt School, the communists. Well, we can link that. Let's make a link there to George Bernard Shaw pretty much straight away. This is a quote from the Dublin Evening Herald, 3rd of February 1948. And Shaw says, "I am a communist, but not a member of the Communist Party. Stalin is a first-rate Fabian. I am one of the founders of Fabianism, and as such, very friendly to Russia." So you've got a link there straight away, but of course, the Fabians were, I shouldn't say were more subtle, I should say are subtle. They were and they are. Although they supported communism, lots of the Fabians actually disapproved of what was going on in Russia. But Sidney Webb and George Bernard Shaw, who started the Fabian Society, they went over to Russia in about 1934 on a visit. I think it was Stalin, actually. George Bernard Shaw, well, Sidney Webb, then when he gets back to England, he's ostensibly the writer of the book, which was called, I think it's called Soviet Communism, the New Civilization. More than 1,000 pages. But anyway, in about 1950 something, a Soviet KGB command Bogolepov, something like that. He actually spilled the beans. I think it was a congressional hearing in the United States. He spilled the beans and he told everybody that
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet, Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
wanting things to stop. Stop pollution. Stop traveling and die like okay now. You can stop making wishes. Stop everything. Stop wanting to be quiet.
Sudden, unexplained brain injury with symptoms of vertigo, confusion, and memory loss. The CIA, FBI, and State Department are investigating a theory that some of these officials were injured by an unseen weapon. Who might be targeting Americans and why? Sudden, unexplained brain injuries with symptoms of vertigo, confusion, and memory loss.
directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly.
CIA, FBI, and State Department are investigating a theory that some of these officials were injured by an unseen weapon. Who might be targeting Americans and why? Sudden, unexplained brain injuries with symptoms of vertigo, confusion, and memory loss. CIA, FBI, and State Department are investigating a theory that some of these that some of these officials were injured.
Without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
favorite.
What is your favorite thing about space?
Go in there. Go in there.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen, so... In the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
Okay, Zoe, favorite.
What is your favorite thing about space?
Go in there. Go in there.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. But I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen, so... In the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
Okay, Zoe, favorite.
What is your favorite thing about space?
Go in there. Go in there.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen, so... In the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. I want to know, but I think I know. we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
watch till the end to find out. Before we investigate about India's neutron bomb building capability, let's first find out what a neutron bomb actually is, and how is it different from other bombs. We all know that an atom is made up of three particles, the electron, proton, and neutron. Different combination of these particles form different types of elements. Some of these elements are lighter in weight, while others are heavier. The lightest element of them all is hydrogen, while the heaviest is uranium. Uranium is also one of the most unstable elements. And thus is radioactive. Now, as per Einstein's theory of special relativity, or more popularly known as E equals to mc squared theory, breaking up an atom, or fusing multiple atoms together, will release huge amounts of energy. The process of breaking up heavy atoms into lighter atoms is known as fission, while fusing multiple lighter atoms is known as fusion. This forms the fundamental process of nuclear energy. An atom bomb houses heavy elements such as uranium or plutonium as its primary nuclear warhead. The bomb is detonated using the principle of fission. The process is not efficient, and a lot of unutilized radioactive substance is shot up into the atmosphere, which when falls back to Earth, is called as a nuclear fallout. An hydrogen bomb, or a thermonuclear bomb, is a little complicated. An hydrogen bomb utilizes both fission and fusion. It houses a fission bomb as the primary warhead. The immense thermal energy generated by the fission bomb then detonates the secondary fusion bomb, which in turn detonates the leftover unused fission material. This stage-wise detonation generates enough energy to annihilate anything present inside the blast radius. Each and everything present within the blast radius is reduced to ashes. This exhibits an hydrogen bomb's immense destructive nature. The detonation of a hydrogen bomb generates a huge number of radioactive neutron particles, which is reflected inside to be used in completely utilizing the fission and fusion materials. But what will happen if you release these release huge number of radioactive neutrons outwards, instead of reflecting it inwards. You will get a neutron bomb. And thus, a neutron bomb is a hybrid nuclear bomb, which utilizes both fission and fusion. The fission bomb unleashes the neutrons, in the form of neutron radiation, while the fusion bomb provides the required annihilating force. Thus, a neutron bomb is an enhanced radiation type weapon, which can be used as a tactical nuclear warhead, to strategically eliminate the enemy, while reducing the risk of any collateral damage. The neutron bomb is the most efficient form of a nuclear weapon, which can be mass-produced as a proper professional tactical warhead. This is unlike atom bomb or hydrogen bomb, which are just a bulky piece of radioactive devices, that causes utter devastation. Neutron bomb has a dual nature. It annihilates everything within a close proximity of around 1 kilometer, while killing living beings beyond the thermal radius, through armor-penetrating neutron radiation, within a radius of around 2 kilometers. Thus a neutron bomb can be used to tactically annihilate an enemy establishment, without causing harm to nearby civilians. A neutron bomb can range between 1 to 100 kiloton, thus providing immense flexibility while determining its size and destructive nature. A neutron bomb can be made as compact as to be able to launch it from a 200mm howitzer. And the best thing about a neutron bomb is that the neutron radiation lasts for just 2 days. This means that after 2 days other people can safely continue to live their lives.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
Stop wanting
nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet, Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head-on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head-on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Directly to the forehead. Head on. Directly to the forehead. Head on. Directly to the forehead. Head-on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on. Directly to the forehead. Head on.
Facial features, these mannerisms that are just creepy, to say the least.
Head on. Directly to the forehead. Directly to the forehead. Head on. Directly to the forehead. Head-on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on. Directly to the forehead. Directly to the forehead. Head on. Directly to the forehead. Head-on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on. Directly to the forehead. Head on. Directly to the forehead. Head on. Directly to the forehead. Head-on is available. Head-on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-on, directly to the forehead.
We're investigating a theory that some of these specials were injured by an unseen weapon. Who might be targeting Americans and why?
available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide.
Right now, because the video down
Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide.
With symptoms of vertigo, confusion, and memory loss. The CIA, FBI, and state are investigating a theory that some of these patients were injured.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-On, directly to the forehead. Head-On, directly to the forehead. Head-On, directly to the
Sudden, unexplained brain injuries with symptoms of vertigo, confusion, and memory loss. The CIA, FBI, and State Department are investigating a theory that some of these officials were injured by an unseen weapon. Who might be targeting Americans and why? Sudden, unexplained brain injury. Symptoms of vertigo, confusion, and memory loss. The CIA, FBI, and State Department are investigating a theory that some of these officials were injured by an unseen weapon. Who might be targeting Americans and why? Sudden, unexplained brain injuries with symptoms of vertigo, confusion, and memory loss. CIA, FBI, and State Department are investigating a theory that some of these officials were injured by an unseen weapon. Who might be targeting Americans and why? Sudden, unexplained brain injuries with symptoms of FBI and State Department are investigating a theory that some of these officials were injured by an unseen weapon. Who might be targeting Americans and why? Sudden, unexplained brain injuries with symptoms of vertigo, confusion, and memory loss. The CIA, FBI, and State Department are investigating a theory that some of these officials were injured by an unseen weapon. Who might be targeting Americans and why? Sudden, unexplained brain injuries with symptoms of vertigo, confusion, and memory loss. CIA, FBI, and State Department are investigating a theory that some of these officials were injured by an unseen weapon. Sudden, sudden, unexplained brain injuries with symptoms of vertigo, confusion, and memory loss. The CIA, FBI, and State Department are investigating a theory that some of these officials were injured by an unseen weapon. Who might be targeting Americans and why? Sudden, unexplained brain injuries. Symptoms of vertigo, confusion, and memory loss. The CIA, FBI, and State Department are investigating a theory that some of these officials were injured by an unseen weapon. Who might be targeting Americans and why? Sudden, unexplained brain injuries with symptoms of vertigo, confusion, and memory loss. The CIA, FBI, and State Department
Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-On, directly to the forehead. Head-On, directly to the forehead. Head-On, directly to the forehead. Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head-On, directly to the forehead. Head-On, directly to the forehead. Head-On, directly to the forehead. Head-On is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide.
investigating a theory that some of these officials were injured by an unseen weapon. Who might be targeting Americans and why? Sudden, unexplained brain injuries with symptoms of vertigo, confusion, and memory loss. The CIA, FBI, and State Department are investigating a theory that some of these officials were injured by an unseen weapon. Who might be targeting Americans and why?
Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the
Sudden, unexplained brain injuries with symptoms of vertigo, confusion, and memory loss. The CIA, FBI, and State Department are investigating a theory that some of these officials were injured by an unseen weapon. Who might be targeting Americans and why? Sudden, unexplained brain injuries with symptoms of vertigo, confusion,
Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide. Head on, directly to the forehead. Head on, directly.
CIA, FBI, and State Department are investigating a theory that some of these officials were injured by an unseen weapon. Who might be targeting Americans and why? Sudden, unexplained brain injuries with symptoms of vertigo, confusion, and memory loss. The CIA, FBI...
people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
Once peaceful arena into a warfighting domain. They have weaponized space through killer satellites, directed energy weapons, and more in an effort to exploit our systems and chip away at our military advantage.
Directed energy weapons, also known as DEWs, are weapons that deploy a highly focused energy beam, including lasers, microwaves, and particle beams.
Many people have been victimized by this weapon system.
After decades of research in the United States, defense contractors announced back in 2015 that these systems are expected to come online by 2020, and are currently announcing that they are ready to deploy in the field. Russia, China, India, and the UK are developing directed energy weapons as well.
No running from what's happening here.
And Iran has had them in use since at least 2013, In 2019, Turkey was the first to officially deploy this technology in combat, when they claimed to have shot down a Chinese-made drone supplied to the Libyan National Army. On September 16th, Defense Secretary Mark Esper announced that China and Russia have already weaponized satellites with directed energy weapons.
Meanwhile, in space, Moscow and Beijing have turned a once peaceful arena into a warfighting domain. They have weaponized space through killer satellites, directed energy weapons, and more in an effort to exploit our systems and chip away at our military advantage.
And for the past few years, many have wondered if these advanced weapon systems have anything to do with the unprecedented fires we have seen in the past few years.
This weapon system will follow you internationally, wherever you go. And it's fully automated, but you should anticipate attacks from all directions, including underground, especially at night, especially when you sleep.
Laser-based weapons are able to destroy the target with external heat, and microwave weapons are designed to penetrate the target through external antennas and sensors and ignite the internal electronics, destroying them from the inside out. This could explain how thousands of homes have rapidly burned into their own footprint, while the trees surrounding them survive.
Many people have been victimized by this weapon system.
And it could explain the several cars we have seen utterly destroyed, with temperatures hot enough to liquefy glass and metal. Michael Janich, host of the YouTube Dutch Sense channel, has been researching the Earth's seismic activity for the past 10 years. During the past few weeks, he has discovered satellite imagery that show an equal distance spread of fires, all starting within the same 4 hours.
4 hours? We've got ourselves an equal distance spread of fires. Here, 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 and here. So, what could cause an equal distance spread of fires? Well, only two things, Mother Nature or man, right? There's no storm in the area. You can't blame the storm. So, what could cause equal distance spaced fires to spread out across, what do you think that is? 1/3 of Idaho?
And he also discovered what looks to be a beam of light that can be seen in the infrared spectrum, like a microwave. On September 8th, a beam of light can be seen directed to the Dolan Fire of California.
This weapon system will follow you internationally, wherever you go. And it's fully automated, but you should anticipate attacks from all directions, including underground, especially at night, especially when you sleep.
The beam appears to excite the heat signature of the fire as it is held on target for over 2 hours.
Right before dawn, watch that. This is yesterday, going into this morning. This is in California, the beam coming from space up above Oregon, or somewhere in between this and Oregon. And as it's going through, see how it excites? As the beam is spreading, look how it excites. It's no doubt about it. And the beam spreads first. Look, beam spreads first. It goes from a tiny, little, tight beam.
Many people have been victimized by this weapon system.
To a wide beam, then the fire spreads to a wide fire.
The next day, a beam of light is seen directed at and exciting the heat signature of the holiday farm fire in Oregon for over an hour.
Here it is now, and it's two of them.
No running from what's happening here.
And it's only going to one fire, a different fire, and it's moving. Okay, it's moving. There's clouds going through it, which rules out it being an artifact. The clouds are passing through and interfering with
This weapon system will follow you internationally, wherever you go. And it's fully automated. But you should anticipate attacks from all directions, including underground, especially at night, especially when you sleep.
the beam.
Meanwhile, in space, Moscow and Beijing have turned a once peaceful arena into a warfighting domain. They have weaponized space through killer satellites, directed energy weapons, and more, in an effort to exploit our systems and chip away at our military advantage.
The timing of this public admission is interesting. These weapons of the future are now officially being deployed. Are we currently being attacked with directed energy weapons? And if so, by who?
Many people have been victimized by this weapon system. Reports are coming in from all around the world. In fact, there is no running from what's happening here. This weapon system will follow you internationally, wherever you go. And it's fully automated. But you should anticipate attacks from all directions, including underground, especially at night, especially when you sleep.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet, Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
That book was actually written by him in the Soviet Foreign Office. So that will show you the degree of cooperation between the Fabians and the Soviet Union, at least the Soviet Union in Stalin's time. But you need to know a little. Bit about this Fabian society, because it was started around 1884 and it's got communism associated with it right from the very beginning. For example, Karl Marx's daughter, Eleanor Marx, she was one of the first group. Engels is associated as well. I've got a little book here. I've got a little booklet here, which was put out from Australia. There's a quote from Karl Marx here. Actually, I'll just find it because it's he's talking about about communism, and it's quite a shocking quote, really. Yeah, there's a quote here from actually from Karl Marx himself in Morakut's book. This is the book Options. Fabians have carefully told us that Marx was under no illusion about his Das Kapital being rubbish, stuffed with statistics to pad it out. Just before it was published, he wrote a letter to his friend Engels, dated 2nd of April 1858, in which he stated quite frankly, the whole Scheisse, which means shit in German, because it's German as you know, the whole Scheisse is to be divided into 6 books, 1 capital, 2 landed property, 3 wage labour, 4 state, 5 international trade, and 6 world market. So a quote from, and that's quite interesting there, because you've got when he says the world market. Of course, we've got this globalisation now, which of course is pure Marxism. To get back to the origin of Fabian Society, it's the 2 biggest figures in it are George Bernard Shaw, we're at his house here today, and Sidney Webb. And George Bernard Shaw was an Irish man. He was a playwright. He was an author. He was originally, earlier on, he was a journalist. He was a perfect front man for the Fabian Society. He was a public figure. The ladies loved him especially, and very rich ladies and blue stocking type of ladies thought he was. Marvellous. He was a good front man. Sidney Webb was the other one of the double act. He was a sort of a little insignificant little fellow with a squeaky voice, and he was the kind of engineer behind it. He was the one that understood the legal matters, and he understood the way the civil service worked, and he understood the way the British government worked. So he could supply that technical side of it. The next question is, because how did they actually put all this into operation, and what did they actually do? Because they're so such a little bit known about them, and yet they've had such an enormous effect. How did they do it? Well, first of all they decided. Let's go back to the name, the Fabian Society. The Fabian Society is named after Fabius Cunctator, who was a Roman general. Cunctator means delayer in Latin, and he was the Roman general that was sent out from Rome to hold back Hannibal, to keep Hannibal back from the city of Rome. Now, Hannibal had a very, very powerful army. Carthage was a very powerful state, and Hannibal was going for Rome. Fabius was the one that was sent out to try and hold him back. And he did it in a very unconventional way for the times. He used delaying tactics. He used what would today be called terrorism. He used all sorts of tactics like that. He basically letting the enemy make the mistakes. And he was terribly criticised by his own men and by the people in the city, by the Roman people. But he actually delivered what he set out to do, which was to let Rome have enough time to assemble to. A sufficient army to do battle with Hannibal and to overcome him. See, and after that, of course, the Romans gave him a great deal of acknowledgement, and they were very thankful to him. And then he became dictatorous. But he was that's where they get the name from, you see. Because at that time, in 1884, not many people, certainly not the common people, would have any knowledge of the classics. So they wouldn't really understand where that name comes from. In the early days, they're basically pushing socialism. This is what they're out to do. Some people say, what's the difference between socialism and communism? Well, there isn't really very much actually, but in fact, the USSR, the name of the USSR, Soviet Union, it was the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. It wasn't the Union of Communist Republics. It was the Socialist Soviet Republics. They wanted to push communism. Shaw and Sidney Webber and the Fabians. They wanted to do it in a different way. They wanted to do it in a gradual way. They wanted to use gradualism, the same way that Fabius had used it. They knew that they couldn't achieve what they wanted straight away. So they thought, well, the only way we can do it is to... in a very slow way, and we'll use influence. We'll use our subtle influence. They knew how to write articles and so on. But incidentally, in the first few years of the Fabian Society, it's recorded that they were giving 700 public lectures a year. You know, that's an awful lot of public lectures, isn't it? You know, and they would be giving those to trade unions and well, really anybody that would listen. Yeah. You see, so that was how that's how they got the thing done. Now, what actually the thing is, what actually motivated them? That's the interesting question. What motivated these guys to do it? You see, and well, not only guys, because there was ladies as well. There was Eleanor Marx, who was the daughter of Karl Marx. Incidentally, two of his other daughters committed suicide, the daughters of Marx. So they were obviously very unhappy. Anyway, there's other women. There was Emmeline Pankhurst, the famous suffragette. She was in it, yeah. Annie Besant. Yeah. Annie Besant is the Theosophist, which is basically is occult, is an occult belief.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
Scarecrow and the Wizard of Oz. We've all been dancing down the real brick road of settled science, as they call it, the pretense of it, you see, in search of answers from the Emerald City, only to find that we've been fully suspected all along. The wizard has been telling us fibs. But who exactly is a wizard, and where did this seeming madness all begin? So they go into some of it, and they mention Maurice Strong. He's one big player. This is the whole climate change business, and it is a business started with Mr. Strong, but it started with the Club of Rome too, who were given the task, this big think tank, given the task of finding a way that they could literally rule the people from their own excuses, basically, to do so. So they came up with the idea of climate change and how humanity was destroying the planet. That's what they claimed. So man was the enemy. So you'd need naturally experts to rule you see, because you couldn't rule yourselves. They said that would fit the bill, the words of those in the Anyway, it says Maurice Strong, a self-confessed socialist. And you understand what he means by this. This is a multi-millionaire socialist. Because he was created and brought up the ladder to be a multi-millionaire socialist by the Royal Institute for International Affairs, Council on Foreign Relations. He says was the man who put the United Nations into environmental business. being the shadowy figure behind the UN Secretaries General from Youthant to Kofi Annan. His reign of influence in world affairs lasted from 1962 to 2005. Strong has been variously called the international man of mystery, the new guy in your future, and a very dangerous ideologue. Made his fortune in the oil and energy business, running companies such as Petro-Canada Power Corporation. You'd be surprised how the Desmarais family, this Power Corporation they call it, they churn out leaders. And they've churned out God so many prime ministers for Canada, for instance, and for corporations as well, CEOs. But anyway, it says Canada Power Corporation, the Caltex Africa, Hydro Canada, the Colorado Lands and Cattle Company, Ajax Petroleum, Canadian Industrial Oil and Gas, to name just a few. But he was really a front man for Rockefellers. They created him totally from the beginning. They picked him up as a kid and made him what he is. He's a front man. So his private interests always seemed to be in conflict with his personal persona and his work on the world stage. Strong's extensive range of contracts within the power brokers of the world was exceptional. One admirer christened him the Michelangelo networking. He described himself as a socialist in ideology and a capitalist in methodology. But see, the idea, those who enrich themselves at the CFR and the Royal Institute for International Affairs at the top always fill their pockets. They believe that they're the world's natural rulers.
We came, we saw, we died.
And when they're picked up, they're told that too, to give them a little bit more incentive to keep climbing the ladder in these private clubs. And socialism is the way of controlling the population through laws with panels of experts. Which is Sovietism, the meaning of rule by councils, folks, for those who don't know that. In 1972, he organized the Youth and First Earth Summit, the Stockholm Conference on the Human Environment, and it led to the formation of the UN Environment Programme with Maurice Strong as its head. Later, as the UNEP boss, he organized the first international expert group meetings on climate change. Led to exotic UN-sponsored organizations such as the Earth Council and Earth Charter. And that was also drafted up by the Rockefellers and Strong fronted for it. The World Resources Institute, the World Wildlife Fund, which is, again, the head at that time was Prince Philip, and later the Commission for World Governance. United Nations University for Peace. Remember what the old communist adage was too, this real socialism idea, the test bed for all. And believe me, the heads of the Soviet system filled their pockets too, by the way.